so that you don't steal my identity like you tried to do. So hold on.
About. Hi guys, my name's
People
Crash.
are like, wow, Crash is so handsome. Look at that huge beard he's got.
Hey
Oh
guys.
man.
Hey guys,
Wow.
welcome to my
And
stream.
I'm like, that's not me. Who are they talking about? And I was like, oh, they think I'm Ori. I guess I'll have to put myself on there just so that I could at least try to claim to not be Ori, but I don't know.
Hey
Sometimes
guys.
it's hard to tell the difference, honestly, when I look at the stream. All right. Then I guess we're ready to go. Does anybody, for a point of inspiration, want to quickly, succinctly, and in character sum up what happened last time? It was a pretty chill session. So, just real quick, but, in character. Going once, going twice.
I don't know about a chill session. We ended up having a double boss fight. Between Automaton and a very angry Minotaur. And I continued to beard the lion, or beard the Minotaur as was, and suffered great pain, but it seemed to get the job done. We fought him to a standstill after lots of yo-yoing of hit points, and managed to work our way through the maze with brute force at the very end. But it all worked out. Maya did manage to spring a trap, but we used that to our advantage to take down a couple of skeletal minotaurs, and we are now faced with a riddle.
Okay. Yeah. Sounds good. Take your deep inspiration.
Yeah.
All right. I
dunked 2 Minotaur skeletons into the fucking Shadow Realm.
Oh yeah. I guess that happened too.
Brain damage.
Maya learned the benefits of a helmet.
Good God. Yeah. Maya still got her Christmas miniature. You guys swap out for your hard hat miniature, your football helmet miniature?
It is. So. It's on there right now, I think.
Oh, okay.
Nice. Well, if we're all prepared, let's get in there and solve this riddle.
Oh, I can't shift Z
all
myself.
Right. Oh, okay. I preloaded. I didn't bring you over. There we go.
Yeah.
It's good to come back to a nice healthy party from after.
Oh yeah, and Julian's unconscious
for 3 hours.
As is, 3 hours, and Maya's out for 2.
Yep, 2, yeah.
Oh, geez. You guys are going to have to solve the riddle without them, or I guess wait for them to wake up. I don't know what you...
These guys can hold them. Yeah. As long as I can.
Oren, there's 2 unconscious party members. There's 2 altars. I've solved the riddle.
I wonder if they planned for us to bring them like this. No.
He's also an oracle?
Let's look around for inscriptions before we go on, like, sacrificing members. Oren will approach this altar here and see if there's a inscription of some sort.
Crash, can you on?
Yeah. Let me change the music out too.
I had seemed to think that the boss fight was over.
It's far too intense in here.
Yeah. Let's see. Where's the sad violin music? Here we go. Sad violin.
Don't even joke about the hidden boss.
I mean, there are more guys if you want to go back to the maze. So.
I mean, I'm worried to walk into any rooms at this point at all.
No.
So.
Assuming that the Minotaur death chambers are mirrored on each side, we've got at least 2 more of those we can go back to.
Right, exactly. I want to go up here, but I don't.
There's...
Oh, the loose weight is gone. We can do this now.
They were Maya. Without Maya's assistance, I don't think we would have made it through this wall.
Without Maya's strong, hard head, just head. That's it.
Also, wouldn't have known the pit trap is there.
Mm-hmm.
As Maya lay there, her snakes cover up her entire head. They're bruised and have knots all over them.
You guys are both stable, right?
Yeah, I think we're stable.
Yeah, I dropped spare on Maya, and I think Julian was good before he left there. So
Yeah, I think we medicine checked one of them, and the other one got spit in the dying. So these crystals in their foreheads, they're like glowing.
Yes. So the scene, such as it were, is you come up these stairs into a antechamber. The ceiling here is high, 20 in the corner by lovely pillars. There is more Thylean and Minotaur imagery, sort of used to carve and decorate the floor and walls. Mosaics on the walls depict the battle, the many battles between the natives of Thylea and the settlers, the Dragonlords, that sort of thing. Another set of stairs leads up to massive bronze doors, which seem to be sealed shut. There are 2 passages that lead to side chambers. There is music, but the music is coming in very, very low. But it is on Groovy One if you want some music. In front of you stand 2 statues. Each one stands about 15 feet tall and seems to be made out of a soft stone, in the likeness of 2 massive minotaurs that never skip a day at the gym. They are hunched over, peering down at 2 altars. Arranged about the altars are candles, traditionally used in sort of rituals and offerings, things like that.
Are there any inscriptions on the minotaurs or the altars?
As you look, you do not see any, although you do see an inscription above the door.
Above these doors?
Yeah.
Say something.
Right. As you move closer, the inscription says, "The greatest challenge you now face."
Oh, shit.
And you kind of, study the door, and then you sort of follow the lines of the door, and you see the next bit of the inscription. To choose, to act, to live with those consequences. And as you finish reading them, the 2 statues animate.
Jesus Christ.
And with a very, very rough, rowdy boy face and voice, each of the statues begins to speak, mostly in sync, slightly off, but they're trying to be in sync. And they basically say, "You who seek the Dragonlord Xander must demonstrate the strength to choose who should live and who should die." And on the altar, on the left-hand side, you see a spider appear. It is semi-transparent, obviously an illusion. The spider does in fact look menacing. It looks like a predatory spider. That's they all are, let's be honest. But it definitely is a scary, spooky-looking spider. On the right-hand altar, you see a beautiful butterfly. It is just sort of sipping nectar from illusionary flowers and minding its own business. Meanwhile, the spider is on a perpetual hunt.
Okay.
The statue on the right says, "Who should live? The spider." And then the statue on the right says, "Or the butterfly." Only one may live. Choose.
Are the bowls identical?
Full likeness.
Full statues? Same with the altars and the doors?
Everything seems like it was designed to be as symmetrical as possible. Though
Okay.
age and wear is obviously an issue.
Okay. So spooky spider on the hunt on the left versus a beautiful butterfly minding its business on the right. Speaking to the others, I'll say, going by typical sensibilities, I think the choice would be clear here, but there could be some hidden meaning behind this.
I don't know. Perhaps once an animal reaches the butterfly stage, it's near the end of its life. Maybe the butterfly is the one to die. I'm uncertain.
Well, and also spiders are known to clear areas of other kinds of pests. While they themselves are pretty spooky, they can actually get rid of things that are much worse than a spider. So
Yeah, the spider
has
much greater strength than the butterfly. Can hunt. I think this goes beyond Oren's knowledge of butterflies, but I think butterflies don't have mouths. Or no, is that moth?
That's pretty much true. Yeah, they have proboscis.
Technically, it's just a different kind of mouth.
And with any regard,
Here's stream, bro. I'll put all your faces up so you could arrange the little dollies
spider
however you see fit.
can fend for itself, but the butterfly has demonstrated wisdom in being able to get to the end of its life.
do Oren and Andronicus again. I accidentally closed them. Okay.
Oh.
Okay, go.
Deadly.
Accidentally, because I didn't want to see your faces. Okay.
I'm just saying that, Red does a really good job of putting, tokens around. So
I'm not
it's
my
a little
brother,
more
okay?
interesting.
I'm not my brother. Right, I think the obvious choice is the butterfly because it's pretty, but I don't know that
Is there any sort of
that's what we're going.
Thylean,
Ancient proverb.
like what everybody knows in Thylea about like butterflies or spiders, something different than what maybe we're thinking of out of character.
Well, I can tell you what I've read based off of this.
Culturally, the butterfly is viewed as imagery of change and beauty and the passage of time and growth. The spider is viewed as the imagery of skill and cunning and artistry.
Another component. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, both are considered to have, relatively equal value culturally. If you delve deeper, a lot of people associate the spider with the fates because the fates weave everyone's destinies on their magical loom, much like a spider weaves a web. Whereas the butterfly, as far as religious representationalism, would be closest to Mitros, in that she transcended from her mostly mortal body to become a true celestial being.
There's also the component that perhaps we are not empowered to choose. We might not have the right to choose which of these lives or dies. Each one has their own merits. One as Mitros and another as the Fates.
Indeed. Perhaps though we need to approach this with the mindset of a Dragonlord of old. What would Xander have chosen?
Well, your attention does slowly drift back to the inscription above the door.
Don't forget, Julian and I, you can't put in 2 words every 6 seconds.
Wait,
Just
can we?
give us what
Yeah,
you
yeah.
really slowly.
I thought that was only while we
while
actually
dying.
stayed
Yeah,
there.
now that you're stabilized.
Yeah.
We could knock you out, get your 2 words in, and then we could stabilize you.
I'm gonna take a wound.
All right.
We'll do it real quick in the same
We'll do
6
some extra
seconds.
long rests if we need to.
That just sounds like slavery with extra steps.
Kyra lets out a huff. It's lame if the 2 of you can't contribute. All right, hold on. Turn around. Don't look.
Warren closes his eye.
I look directly at her.
I can't do it while you're watching.
Gun shy, are we? I don't even know what a gun is. And I turn around.
Okay. All right. She whispers a word to Maya and then to Julian. And as she does, each of you recovers 1d4 plus 6 hit points.
Oops.
Which is a completely normal amount that any normal person could use. So
You said 1d4 plus 6?
yeah.
All right.
There's Maya's and Julian's. Okay. All right. And they quickly fill you in on what you have missed while you were unconscious.
Speak for me.
Kyra stands by with her book and quill ready to record the great deeds that are about to transpire.
Like what Warren was saying about the strength to not choose. That's one thing we
Well,
could
I
think
think
of.
explicitly one must die was stated though.
The Dragonlord did.
Well, in particular circumstances, I might agree with that. I believe that coming from the instructions of one of the Dragonlords of old, I somehow doubt not killing was the suggested solution.
Well,
The Dragonlords did choose to wipe out many creatures.
I think, if I may, I think
People. Did they have something to do with the fates? I feel like there was a connection there.
Well, so real quick, above the door says to act and live with those consequences. Neither one of these choices is the wrong one.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So we've got to think about the implications, though.
Correct.
The implication.
We are going to disrespect the fates, or we're going to disrespect somebody else.
I think we're already disrespecting the fates by pursuing a route that isn't set. The set course would be for the Pact of Peace to expire and for life as we know it in Thylea to end.
Unless we were also fated to stop that.
Right. Crash, how does Sibo feel about the fates in relation to Versi?
That's true, I guess.
Versi feels that the fates are antiquated and have grown to corrupt. They're no longer impartial, but they abuse their powers.
I
So
step
Oh,
over
sorry,
here and say I have made my choice, but I will
So-
not, but I will wait for the party.
With regard to Versi, if we're acting on the behalf of Versi, she brought us together. It would seem that we are, from Oren's point of view, that we are working against the fates.
I would not be so quick to claim that we act for anyone other than ourselves, but I think that Sibo's right, and according to the inscriptions, there is no wrong choice per se, just a choice, and each choice has consequences.
and if we're going to live with our consequences, we can choose to not kill either or and live with that consequence.
The consequence being not entering the tomb, I suppose.
or perhaps the consequence being.
Has anyone bothered to see if the door's unlocked? Perhaps
No.
this is all one big mind fuck.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Doors also might be trapped. Orin, are there
Okay.
visible
We'll
knobs?
just have a party rogue and go and look at that. Oh wait.
Oh, let's talk about it.
Here. I'll go.
Yeah.
Wow, implying the only halfling is a rogue.
Yep.
Pretty racist.
Yep.
Pretty racist. Yep.
I was just implying that we were dumb for none of us choosing rogue. But,
Oh.
I wanted a shield.
We'll see. We could sit here and hash out all night the dumb shit that we did and didn't choose, but we have our choices. So
Yeah.
but I think arguing for a third path is not unreasonable, and plus we can give Sibo 10 minutes to ritually cast detect magic to see if there's the glyphs of warding on the doors, that sort of thing, and inspect the doors to see if they're locked.
I think that's worth doing.
Yep. Actually, I was going to say that while this is being discussed, I would sit down after I've kind of decided my vote is here. I will start ritual casting detect magic. Yep.
All right. The statues glow with tremendous magical power from many different schools. The altars radiate magic from evocation and illusion. The door itself radiates magic of abjuration and this is one of the things they never teach you at DM school is how to provide the correct schools of magic quickly to your players. Evocation and abjuration on the door.
Technically, if you wanted to be an ass, you could just say the colors.
Oh yeah, there is a thing. There's a whole thing for that. True. Yeah.
So here's what I want to know: if there's multiple schools in an enchantment, does it show up as both colors, or does it show up as a mixture of the color?
Yeah.
In
I
which
do a pulse. That does.
just say, in which case, if one had everything, does it just show up shit brown?
Yeah. No, I don't do a color overlay. I believe strongly in accessibility. So, in addition to colors, there's also sigils and stuff that you would be able to see. That also.
So there's a ramp then.
The
Yeah,
colorblind mode
subtitles.
detect
Yeah,
magic.
there's subtitles. Yeah.
Okay.
Orinal. I think not choosing could also be seen as cowardice by Xander, and for that, I think I side with Sibo.
Also, to be clear, if this represents change, if we have an option, that is the option to survive is change. Or to not choose. I like both of those, but I don't think change is the thing we kill here either way.
Yeah, I agree with that. Plus, that's Mitros.
That's my thought too,
So did Sibo win? What schools did you say for the door?
Evo and
Abjuration, evocation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's gonna blow you up.
Yeah, that's good.
That's the blow up combo right there.
I'm reaching for the door as you say that, and then I put my hand back. Oh, okay. Fair.
Okay.
Oh, let's just try to bust out the wall like we need to get into this room.
Would be very disrespectful.
Easiest way to break into a house, just go through the wall.
Okay, Kool-Aid Man.
Uh-huh.
I was gonna say, yeah, coming from the Kool-Aid Man school of thought.
No, modern houses are actually really flimsy. They make the doors a lot stronger than they make the walls.
Depressingly true.
Depends on where you're living.
That's true.
Maya, what would your choice be if you had to choose? Let's discuss the two choices as they are, and then possibly a third option.
Since it has come up, I do inspect the wall. See how.
Electronics.
Okay. The walls are thick and tiled with lovely mosaics depicting bloodshed and warfare.
It's gorgeous. Do they appear thick within the interior walls that we've already busted through?
Oh yes, you can kind of feel the weight of them. Just kind of putting your hand on it, kind of pressing against it. It is.
Isn't an option. I'm just saying that it's going to be much more difficult than the other walls we've broken.
It's true.
Looking at Oren, my eyes look up a little bit and past him and see into this room. Have we checked? I've been out. Have you guys checked these two rooms yet?
No.
Maybe that would be a good idea to.
I am
See if there's
deathly
anything
afraid
we
to
can
walk
look at.
into another room, especially one filled with blood.
I'll lead the way through the south door here. Oh Jesus!
Okay. Yeah, I got some flavor text for you. Hold on.
Julian, spiders aren't insects.
This room stinks of blood and offal. I guess offal's like poop, animal poop. Yeah.
Yeah, awful as shit.
Awful. Thank you. Okay. Animal carcasses and slabs of their meat hang from the ceiling. Get ready on heavy chains and hooks. Two of the hanging bodies appear familiar, even in their dissection, as it were. There is a yeti, but there is also a human being.
The
stone floor is stained black from centuries of blood. Looking around the room, this seems to be a lair, perhaps a larder, or even like a pantry of sorts.
Okay, so the Yeti, does it look like it was the big ass Yeti that fell off the?
No. It just looks like a
Yeti.
Yep.
And then the human, like familiar as in we recognize it as human, or familiar
as a human corpse. Yep.
Okay, but not like, oh, that's my friend Steve.
That's
from
Telemachus.
back in
It's
Mitros.
Telemachus.
Steve of Mitros.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, you don't recognize the person. You just recognize that it at one time was a human being.
Okay. I glance in and I say, it appears that our DM rewrote this room after he decided he wanted to go more grimdark.
Let's look at the blood. All right.
Does anything pulse
check out.
with magic as I get closer?
What's the temperature like in here, actually?
It is relatively cold. You are at the top of the very high mountain. It's very cold outside. You are inside the mountain, so it's not going to be as cold in here as it is outside, but it's it's chilly.
So like cold to the point where it would have at least somewhat preserved these bodies to keep them from going, or are these more sort of recent seeming kills?
The human body and the Yeti are both relatively recent. The other meat that you see has been left out to get tasty. Yeah.
To dry age.
Does anything light up as magical as I get close to the door, to the entrance?
Within this chamber, no. But you do see, as you kind of glance around the room, that there is in the corner a sack of coins.
So I'm iffy on what the rules are of taking stuff from.
It's not worth it. It's not worth it for the coins.
Do it, but everyone, prepare yourselves. I am going to step inside this room, see if there's anything we're missing from just the doorway. And then I step inside the room.
That's wise. Oh dear, there he goes.
As you step in, it's very horror movie. You know, like you bump a piece of meat, and that bumps the other pieces of meat, and the chains start rattling and all that jazz. And you see the butcher implements laid out. You do see the sack of coins sitting right here. It is it's a fat sack, Santa's sack of coins.
Nope.
Back here, you do see that there are jars of spices, oils, and other things that you would use to cook and prepare meat.
I'm bleeding.
Don't bleed.
You are.
Stop bleeding.
Don't worry, whoever owns this room won't notice much.
Okay, let's go check
Mhm.
the other side. I was gonna say north side, but it's possible that that's not north.
Well, you would know.
Siva would know. I won't know.
For simplicity's sake, we'll say that that's north. but-
How? I was right. Siva was right as well.
Okay.
I wanna-
So this seems to be sort of a communal area, like a, I don't know, like almost like a dining room / study.
I assume also nothing magical pops out, pings.
Within this room, no.
Okay.
No hanging meats.
No, this room actually seems to be much cleaner, and it seems like this is an area where a person sort of takes their meals, and you do see that there are a number of scrolls and a number of a great deal of art supplies as well.
Okay, I was going to ask if in the books were just the picture, if those were actually there. I want to take a look through the written materials.
Okay. As you unfurl a scroll, it is a beautiful, like charcoal drawing of like a landscape, sort of trees and mountains.
Someone's
As you
As you unfurl another one, it seems to be a beautiful depiction of a Thylean woman. She is sitting by a window, looking out towards the sea.
Oh, yeah.
No.
There are many, many scrolls like this, and a great deal of art supplies.
Has the artist
Okay,
signed
so-
any of the scrolls, or are they not?
Nope,
been
they are
completed?
unsigned.
See,
Oh,
was oh no, why am I forgetting his name now?
Praxis?
No, the guy who's here,
Damien?
Damien.
Damien. Yeah, Damon was
Damon?
was he someone who painted or sculpted and stuff like that? Because where was that
That's
sculpture?
there was
In
the
my
sculpture
studies, I can tell you via the DM.
So all wizrobes obviously have a certain amount of skill with pen and paper, with their whole like arcane symbols, like arcane writings, drawing diagrams, that sort of thing. But there's nothing historical that mentions an interest in art or the arts for Damon.
Do we recognize who this lady is? Or is it all basically the same woman? Could it be multiple different? And
Oh no, it's not just pictures of a woman. I mean, there's landscapes, there's animals, there's monsters,
I see, I
there's
misunderstood.
people. Yeah.
Okay.
Each scroll that you pull off, it's like you're browsing like an artist's DeviantArt account. You know what I'm saying? You're just seeing all these different artworks that have been done and just sort of tucked away.
Okay.
Okay. I guess looking at the two symbols, like the butterfly and the spider,
Mm-hmm.
is there any meaning behind them in terms of, from like a perspective of like a native or the druids or anything like that? That is different from what Sipo.
Well, for the druids, similar things, similar beliefs are held. Spiders, again, considered cunning. They are considered artful, patient. Butterfly, again, symbolizing change, literal metamorphosis, and sort of the fleeting nature of mortal life.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Both are considered very important parts of the natural world.
Yeah, mine's definitely in the camp of the choice of both live, and we will defy fate to do that.
I think at the moment we work against the immortal and for the mortals, right?
Yeah.
If the option was there to have both, of course, I think that would be the appropriate choice.
Well,
but if we have to choose.
Why are we limiting ourselves to the options of the people who came before us?
That's true. We have been told and promised to be better. Sibo, my mighty friend, try the door.
I will turn to the group and say, we've learned a lot, heard a lot about sacrifice, and what I've noticed, at least from the stories that I've heard, what Sibo's told me in history before, is that the Dragonlords who came before us did not make sacrifices themselves; they sacrificed others for their goals. I think one of the things that would make us be better is that we stop sacrificing stuff or others in order to save them. If we want to save them and be heroes, then we have to be willing to make that sacrifice.
Yeah, if that's the option, then if that is an option, then that's the option. Agreed.
If that is a third way, certainly. But and don't get me wrong, I'm all about taking a third option. Cheating the house. But something we need to bear in mind is that it is our progenitors, it is the former Dragonlords that created this. They had a very binary way of thinking. There may not be a third option.
Right.
And Sibo's placing himself at great risk, it would seem, to try the doors. Do we have a means of bringing him back if something should happen? Can we stabilize him? Can we heal him? I mean, what resources do we have? I'm tapped out at this point.
I think it'd be
I'm
foolish
just trying to.
It'd be foolish to assume we could do anything if the curse placed on the doors or the magic guarded here. We should assume that it is powerful enough to kill.
So I do have 1 point of lay on hands left. So
Assuming that he's not going to bid instantly.
Assuming he's not just fucking dead, or cursed.
I would assume that any ancient temple would do. Could definitely deal with intruders, as we've seen with some of the grave robbers outside.
I'm trying to remember what school of magic curses are.
Well, I don't think it's so out of character. I don't think it's so much a curse. I think it's probably like a glyph of warding with like a fire bell or something on it.
Yeah. Either that or like an abjuration spell that just like locks it closed, and then like a trap if you try to pick the lock or something.
And we're also assuming that what choice you make at this very instant will lock us in henceforth. It may be simply a situation where we are forced to make a choice here and now, and there's no rules saying that we can't make other choices moving forward. I mean, this is a bloody stone temple. It's not a person. There's a limit to what can be done with magic and gears and mechanisms.
Sibo were the.
I don't think it's worth risking Sibo's life. I think it's fair to see if there's a third way, but let us make the choice we feel most represents us and move forward.
And I correct me if I'm wrong, but is the choice that represents us not the one that chooses both life?
Yeah, with that
Yes,
regard.
but not if we're sacrificing Sibo's life.
Well, no, I'm not saying we should sacrifice Sibo.
We should pursue all avenues, of course.
Yeah.
With that regard, Sibo is the spider and the butterfly. Are they both magical conjurations? I suppose.
Yeah, Sibo, they are illusions.
Okay, so I was thinking maybe.
All right. You can't technically tell an illusion is an illusion until you know it's an illusion. Otherwise, detect magic, a first level ritual spell, would completely invalidate an entire school of magic. Okay. But since Sibo knows that the altars are illusion, and he's pretty smart, you're able to piece together that obviously they are illusions as well.
Because I was wondering if perhaps there was a way to like pick them up and remove them from the altars, but doing that could be seen as choosing, so I didn't want to do it.
So to reiterate, the greatest challenge you now face: to choose, to act, to live with those consequences. Those are commas, correct? It's not to choose to act, to live with those consequences?
No, to choose, period. To act, period.
Okay.
To live with those consequences,
Just okay.
period.
All right. Just making sure. So the choose is there,
There
and
you go.
then the Minotaur, the golem said, "You must demonstrate the strength to choose who should live and who should die."
Yep.
Okay. I will walk up and touch this door if we are not going to choose a spider or a butterfly.
Well, if we're choosing one or the other, let's, kill the damn spider.
I would say kill the butterfly. Oh, no. Sorry, I got backwards. But spider.
Orange.
I was thinking too.
Have you and I been listening to the same conversation?
I spaced out. I'm sorry.
He is the champion of Lutheria after all.
The action is the
Traitor! Traitor! Into the pit with him. Throw him into the pit.
Loves butterflies.
The Minotaur.
Are there
She
still
loves
minotaurs?
butterflies. Butterflies eat corpses.
Mm-hmm.
Are there still minotaurs inside the pit?
Well, yeah, there's skeletons down there. They're kind of,
Can hear
like just sort of flopping around.
Hmm.
All right, I
got an idea.
What's the idea?
Let's hear it. Maya.
Is there a way to? What do these doors look like? Are they like
Bronze.
heavy set stone?
They are the most baller doors you've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
They are solid. Like, well, they don't look. I don't know if they're solid, but they are bronze. They are heavy, and they are warded.
Talking. You can see the health bar, and it's very big.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Never mind. My idea seems to. Now that I take a second look at this door, maybe it won't.
All right, show of hands then.
After a certain amount of time has passed, you hear a chunk sound, and the floor tiles seal back up, trapping the poor skeletons down below.
It's really gonna suck for the next people coming through.
Mark it.
Oh man!
Mark
Not
it.
only have a pit trap filled with skeletal minotaurs. Don't worry. I'm sure
How
that-
deep is the pit? It's 15 feet. It's yeah. Oh, 15 feet's not that bad. Hold on, I got to roll to see if the spikes hit you. Oh, does that hit? Actually, no, it misses. Oh, that's great. Okay. Oh, by the way,
The two minutes.
There are two skeletal minotaurs down there.
Roll for
Yeah.
Ah, motherfucker!
Roll for initiative.
All right.
If we see no avenues for choosing a third option, then
Alright,
say
I'm
we
gonna
choose.
fucking do it.
Wait, not touching the door. We have to. I think before touching the door, we have to make a choice. I believe.
Touching the door is the choice.
Oh,
do you touch the door?
Wait,
I step up.
wait. Before you do it, if you're gonna do it, tell everybody to get the
Yeah,
F
if you're
back.
gonna fucking do it, I'm going into
Yeah.
the study.
When I first started coming over here, everybody was over here next. to
Yeah, but
the
even
fire.
that, you I mean, come on,
Everyone,
come on. Yeah,
everyone,
get back here on the
take
walls.
it.
Give it. No, I don't know what you're doing.
step around the corner. Be careful about the traps.
I mean, if
Maya, be
Andronicus,
careful about walking.
if Andronicus is the only person with
Wait,
one lay on hands,
Are we leaving? Are you guys done?
No, we don't.
Sorry, I've been recording everything, but I just put the heroes face the greatest decision they've ever faced. ... And then I just started working on some jokes and a song I had planned. But if I missed anything between the ... let me know and I'll go back and add it.
No, you haven't missed anything, darling.
Okay.
wait. So we're choosing the spider then. Perhaps you should announce your intentions first and then try the door.
My
Yes.
intentions are to open the door.
Without choosing.
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Oh,
I'm
Oh.
going into the study.
Okay.
Elpis is stuck in your.
Oh.
passage, but he's on me, so that if I have to do a magic saving throw, I get advantage.
Okay.
Oh my god! Like everybody, what's going on? What? Oh my god!
Andronicus, he wants to try the door without choosing.
I know, but everybody there could potentially die. Like, let's make sure we're not.
I think we were coming together to talk about it. We're not all going to be here when we open it.
All right,
I'll hold my
talk
shield
loudly so
out
I can
so
hear you
leave
from
it.
back here.
Like if Andronicus is gonna take the door, I feel like
Well, the reason I wanted to do it is because I can get advantage on any saves against magic with Elpis there.
okay. What I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go up to Andronicus and cast. Well, just in case there's a check involved as well.
Oh, you can guide me.
Yeah, I'll guide you.
Nice.
Okay.
I'll lend you my shield. You know, there's not much risk to me after all.
That's fair. All right. I guess in that case, we're gonna try to, as soon as Mike steps back a little bit, we're gonna try to open the door.
We
All right.
choose to let both live.
You see no pull handle, nor do you see any words that they pull. So you just go to push it open.
Yeah.
All right. It is as if you were pushing against a mountain.
I was kind of afraid of that was what was going to happen.
Yes.
If it slides.
The statues animate again,
See if it slides.
and they say, "To proceed, you must choose one to live and one to die." Do you boldly declare that you choose neither?
I choose for the choice itself to die.
Is that your declaration to the statues?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll need everyone to roll to initiative.
Damn it. All right, here we go.
What the fuck?
So we chose our own.
Chosen.
Chose
Poorly.
We're not surprised, though, right? We foresaw
No.
this.
I'm not surprised at all. It's
Okay.
just maybe not, but
But we are choosing to live with the consequences of that choice.
Oh, God. However long that may be, 12, 18 seconds.
Yeah.
two of them.
You can remove Sophia. Sorry, she's not actually.
Yeah, no worries.
Gara, start playing quickly. I need the orange.
So wait, you chose to fight them? Is that what's going on?
Looks like it.
You chose.
Well,
not to
hold on. You just told us to roll into initiative.
No, that was Kyra asking.
Yeah.
Oh.
Sorry. Yeah.
Didn't you hear the sass in his voice?
Oh, yeah. Fair.
Well,
okay.
to be fair,
Maya, you
Crash
have
has a lot of sass a lot of the time.
whatever. All right. Maya, you've won initiative.
Okay.
Let me turn on some ass beat music. Hold on. Let's see.
They're very large.
turn that boss music back on now.
Yeah.
Let's open up
And
this
there's-
pit real quick and see if we can stuff them in there.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's a lot of tight corridors and they're very big, so we could probably if we run for it, we could probably get to a place where they can't get us, or at least get us at disadvantage. Okay.
I will point out that. Oh shit! Sorry guys, it's a little loud. Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
It came in normal for me.
Okay, it was pretty loud for me. Okay, yeah, I keep forgetting that lower volume needs to be on one channel, higher volume tracks on another channel. Okay, so I will point out that the illusions are still playing on the altars.
That was my plan too.
So Maya, what will you do?
All right. Yeah, I guess I'll run back to over. All right. Well.
Yeah, let's find out what the reach is.
Find out what the reach is.
They're 15 feet tall.
Okay. Oh, no, they look like are they large or huge?
They are actually coming in at large, but they are very big larges. I'll enlarge the middies if it helps with verisimilitude. So
Okay.
It's also entirely possible that we'd have thought 1 instead of 2 if we chose one of the 2 options. So, oh, did you just make it bigger? What are you doing?
try to
No,
you
don't
know
do that. Stop that.
it's not
Right.
it's not huge. It's a Jeremy Crawford
No,
large.
but it's giving me heartburn.
Okay.
Heartburn. These are made of stone, right? And they look like iron.
It's a very soft stone, almost a clay.
Shit. Okay.
Okay.
Fighting
All right.
fighting.
Okay. I'm gonna. I guess I'll run. If I'm okay. Is there a way for me to tell if they have a 10-foot range? Looking at them.
Oof. It is hard to say. They got long ass arms though.
All right, and I'm just gonna take the disengage action and run over to here.
Okay.
CC Bo and say they activated, and then this was where the trap was, right? Am I
No, 1
remember?
back.
Oh, 1 back. Okay. All right.
Boy, that would suck. Oh my god.
Oh my god. The skeletons.
Don't worry, I'll tell you if you trigger it. Don't worry.
All right.
I mean, with key mind, I would remember.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. I'm gonna. Yeah, I still have 5 feet of movement, so no. Yeah, I'll stay here, and I'll pass to Oren.
All right.
All right. Maya has acted. She passes to Oren.
Okay. Let me think here. Okay. Best way to engage this. Let's see. Let me check. All right. We got nothing. Okay. What do we got in my bag here?
You are literally on fumes.
Rope.
Let's see. I do have a rope. It's not quite that dire. That's all right. Ooh. Okay. Quick.
Harpoons and tow cables. Come on.
Potion
let's
of
strip them up.
heroism. Let's fucking go.
I'll
I'm
say,
knocking it
yeah.
back.
I think Maya has one too.
All right. What's this potion do? What's a 10 hit points? Hell yeah.
And you have bless for an hour.
All right. I'm chugging my potion.
Oh no, sorry.
of
I mean,
heroism.
you have hit points for an hour, bless for a minute.
Let me get my bless running.
No, it does say an hour.
Oh, shit.
Holy shit.
Okay, all right. Oren rips the potion off of his belt, unstoppers it with his teeth, and then knocks it back to get some bolstered slightly. Hefts his shield and shoulders his spear, and I'm going to ready my action to attack once Andronicus gets into position. I'll say, all right, bottom one first. I'll pass to Andronicus.
Jesus. All right. I say, if this is how you think we should play it, I'll move up right here. All right, so new action economy for familiars. Are we like same turn action, or does he go after me?
He goes immediately after you.
Okay. In that case, I will ready an action to attack the pathological golem when I have advantage, and then Elpis will go and do the help action on pathological golem, and then I'll attack, and then that'll trigger Oren's attack.
The double attack.
Okay.
And I'm stabbing it with my javelin of lightning again, so that it's technically magical.
Okay.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, I'll go with my shield. Fucking hell. Fucking hell.
All right, Andronicus, you stab into it, and Batman Clayface style, it just sort of like blurps around the weapon. You do deal damage, but you find that it is more than likely resistant to piercing.
Magical piercing?
In general,
Yeah,
yeah.
piercing.
Oh, fucking barbarian stats. Alright, give me my fucking consequence.
And then, Oren, when you go to attack it, oh my gosh.
I already got
You've given it everything you have in this dungeon, and you try to give it a little bit more, and you do start to feel winded. You have disadvantage to athletics and acrobatic skills until you restore a long rest. But if you already have exhaustion, who gives a shit?
Yes. Just now start to feel winded.
Yeah.
Everything's so far.
Everything's fine, yeah. Now you did damage this creature, so it is tempted to take the initiative. So I think it will, since you were mean. All right. It will take control of initiative. So that is the pathological one. All right. As its turn starts up, you hear the bloop of a paragon action.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Of course, we just subjected ourselves to another boss fight, another double boss fight, Crash.
my
Why wouldn't there be a paragon action?
It's fair.
The hidden boss, damn it.
All right. Let's see. The creature begins to speed up. Its movements begin to increase. It seems as though it has hastened itself.
Don't be hasty.
Okay. It is going to attack Andronikos. Here we go. Let's see.
You pop up your... No, you haven't done it yet.
Okay.
17 misses!
All right. And it will attack one more time. Here we go. Oh, sorry. Those should be plus 8. My bad.
Bank error in your favor.
Yeah. So sorry. The 17. My bad. Should be a 22. Does that hit?
17 would hit the second
All
one.
right. It only gives you a gentle love tap of 3 points of bludgeoning damage, but I do need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Makes me wish that I didn't decide to craft the item. 'Cause if I didn't, I have a Constitution 19.
Okay. That's yeah. Are you committed to this?
At a cost. At a cost.
All right. You succeeded a cost.
Fucking hell. It's like the third one.
It's a,
Oh no, Kyra.
Yep.
Yeah. Kyra starts to slowly back away, and then she falls down the pit
Oh my
trap.
You said the chalk, Kyra, no.
And she calls out, "Sibo, why wouldn't you tell me where it was?" As she falls down the pit.
I open
Alright,
my
so the
book
real
and I start writing Diversity. We finally did it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, the real question is, for not telling her where the pit trap was, does he get Versi piety?
Oh, for sure, for sure. All right, this creature has taken 3 minor actions, and because it is hastened, it gets 1 more attack, so it will do so. Here we go. This is also against Andronikos, but only a 10. All right.
You only added 7 now.
It will pass to the other one. The other one will stride forward and make it a fish sandwich. All right. These attacks.
Which isn't that good right now.
All right. Here we go. These are normally +8, so they'll be +10. Now I understand why you don't run things out of the Giffyglyph Monster Maker, because you have to be smart. Okay, so this one comes up. It hastens itself as well, and then it will attack you 3 times. Here we go. 1, 2,
Also, oof.
and 3.
Why are we standing?
Oh no.
Oh. All right. First attack is 3 damage. Second attack is 3 damage. Third attack is 6 damage. I need 3 Constitution saves. Let's see how it goes.
All right, the third one puts me 1 under.
Let's see those Constitution saves. I need 3 of them. Oof.
Jeez.
Oh my goodness.
Oof.
Oh, jeez.
Okay.
One that I and then the other two are too far away to succeed at it.
Yeah. So the first time you get hit, you lose those 3 hit points forever.
Jesus Christ.
Then the third time that it hits you, since that would drop you to 0, you instantly die.
Ooh. Damn it. I'm reduced to 0 hit points forever.
So he died because of the nat 20, or
No, he failed the save. The target dies if this attack reduces its hit point maximum to 0, and they don't make the Constitution save.
Jesus Christ.
All right,
This is my maximum 0. My
Maya.
max is only
Maya,
reduced
you made a choice, and you are living with the consequences. The creature will pass to Sibo.
All right, wait a second. You said if it reduces my maximum to 0. My maximum after being reduced by 3 a second time is only 31.
Target dies if this
drops
attack
you
reduces
0.
its hit point maximum to 0. Yep, you're right. My bad. So you are down, but you are not dead. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
I always misread that one, and it's such a big
Yes,
deal
so
to
I
get it
feel like
wrong. Yeah.
like, damn, might as well just disintegrate this.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Well, fuck.
But in that case, your maximum has been reduced by 9 total.
Yeah, I was gonna ask about that.
Yeah.
36. Well, I don't see what's going on over there. I'm gonna help Kira out of this pit.
Okay. As you look down, you can see that she is sort of just crowd surfing on the top of the 2 skeletons.
Okay. I will
Okay.
reach down with my 8 strength and offer
Okay.
my hand to pull her out.
She narrows her eyes and tries to understand what you are doing, since you are like 3 feet tall, and she's at the bottom of a 15-foot pit.
Can't you jump? I saw your 30 dex.
Sibo, we're
Wait,
are you-
dying. We need radiant blast, Sibo.
Okay.
All right, do you pass to her, or do you wait to grab her? Because she's gonna have to try to climb up to you.
No, I'll step over here and shoot this guy with radiant
Damn! She reaches for your hand, and you pull it away and run off to help the others.
I mean, I heard
What
Oren
about-
yell.
Wow!
He's just fishing for that.
Wow!
Dear
Wow!
Versi, we did it again.
Oh my god.
That's like holding the door open for someone and then slamming it in their face. Wow, dude.
The bottom one.
All right.
Pathological. 17.
Okay, yeah, you strike that one at the bottom.
Okay. I go prone again and reach my hand out to her from this angle.
Mm-hmm.
But I can't pull her up until later. And then I'll pass to Maya.
I already went.
Sorry, I see Julian.
Julian.
Julian, yeah.
Okay, so I was
Before
hiding-
Julian can act,
What?
this one right here is going to attack Oren. There we go. Oren is not in a sandwich, so it's only at a +8. Here we go.
We'll miss.
17. All right. Julian, go for it.
All right. I was hiding around the corner because I was afraid, there might be, an explosion. Jesus Christ.
Southern
Who's
one
that?
first, Julian.
So do I see the giant stone minotaurs still carrying their altars with the?
Nope, they've left the altars behind, and the holograms are still playing. The illusions are
Okay.
still there.
All right. Sort of seeing between the minotaur's legs that Andronicus is down, and just seeing how beat the shit we all are, I will call out, "We choose to kill the damn spider. Does that stop all this nonsense?" And is there any reaction when I say that?
Are you willing to bet your entire action on it?
Yes.
Since you invested your entire action into it, they hear the sincerity in your voice, and they begin to move back into position.
You don't have my reaction, big guy.
Aw, my Dwarf Forge Cleric character is going to be so much fun to play, though.
All right. On Kyra's turn, she is going to, I guess, try to climb out of the pit on her own.
What?
She slaps Sibo's hand away.
My hand's right here. What?
She's like,
You left her to die, son. She's
I'll
gonna
try-
just, like,
I'll try to-
parkour out of there.
I'll try to wall jump out.
Yeah.
All right.
Jesus.
I don't know if she can do it, man. I don't know if she can do
Yeah,
it.
that plus 18. That's nice. I got her. Hey guys, I got her.
She looks at you and just shakes her head. We're so over. We're done. We're done.
Oh, remember, that's what he wants. Oh, wait, sorry, I'm unconscious.
All right. She passes to Sibo.
All right, I'll run over and spare the dying Andronicus.
Oh, thank you.
All right. In that case, I can end combat.
Spit
All
out my
right.
potion.
Andronicus,
Here, I guess I'll leave this music on Groovy 1 just in case we need it again.
I mean,
And
we
then-
probably will.
Yeah, and I'll put the spoopy music onto Groovy 2. There we go.
Andronicus uses his 2 words and says, "Which choice?"
Now, as Julian makes his declaration and the statues move back into place, you see the spider is crushed. It dies badly, twitching and screeing as its blood stains the altar. And then it flickers and fades away, as does the butterfly that flies off and flickers away as it does so. New images appear on the altar. And the statues say, "Who should live?" And you see a kindly old man, the village elder. And then the other statue says, "Or his murderer." And you see a young man rush up and stab the village elder in the back. It plays on repeats. Village elder advising and teaching the young, taking care of the village. Village elder being killed.
Andronicus says, "Already dead."
Fair enough. How long are you asleep for, Andronicus?
Oh, yeah, it's D4, right?
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
3 hours.
Well, can Oren, can you do some kind of medicine check to get him up and at him?
Not unless he's
Amount
got
of-
that healer's kit beat.
Take about 3 hours of CPR to get him up.
Never mind then.
I want ribs.
All right, so the statues wait for you to choose who should live and who should die.
Old man or the person who killed the old man?
I mean, do we?
Or it could be interpreted as, the man that would kill him, essentially.
Yeah.
So we to assume that this murder is
This is the
Not a-
only information they give you.
I know, right?
I know.
Who does he look like? Does he look like
He looks like the murderer looks like Telemachus.
Oh, you bastard!
God, it's the
You
old man,
bastard.
the
The
Proteus.
hologram looks up at Sibo. It can't make any noise, but you're pretty sure if you lip read it, it says, "My friend."
I found
As it
your
looks
watch.
up at- Yeah.
Does the old man look like the old man from Family Guy?
He looks like a super kindly old man.
Yeah,
Let
I
me
mean,
find a
all
picture.
right, the murderer, right? Like, I mean, I think the obvious choices.
He looks like
I see what you're
Mythic
fishing for. You're trying to see if there's a reason for the murder.
Yeah, like
he looks like the one old man Greek miniature that Crash has.
Oh, dang.
it's his triplet.
Hey. If Assassin's Creed
I'm trying my best.
is
Thank
gonna
you.
give us 4 NPCs,
Looking at
then
this
we
play-
can be happy with the 4 NPCs that we get.
Look, I traveled to the future and I got a picture of Ori in the future after getting some hair treatment. All right, that's what the old man looks like. So there you go. All right.
But why does he kill the old man?
I'm getting,
So super handsome, I hear.
It doesn't tell you why. All you know is who should live or who should die: the village elder or the man who would be his murderer.
Veronica's feet reaches towards the doorway again.
In the current scenario in Thylea, would not the Titans be the village elders and us the man who would murder them?
Yes, but we're I don't know. That's the thing is with the spider versus the butterfly can be interpreted a number of different ways. But then again, we're only given so much information.
The old man would die anyway if we don't kill him.
And also, if you're trying to make the analogy between the old man and the Titans, I mean, I don't see the Titans really caring for people. They have their own agenda, their own plans. I mean, for Pete's sake, I mean, the princess was worried that Astoria might be forced into a drought if the Titans were appeased.
Titans, Julian, believe me, I'm just giving opposing perspectives to the obvious answer.
I know. It just I'm a little baffled that we didn't. We decided to fight these brutes instead of making a choice, but. Anyway.
I mean, I'm not entirely certain, like, the choice has more to do with the reason for the choice. So if we want to think about it, bring it out. Like, somebody's listening. I can tell you right now, I can't do anything without Versi hearing me. You know what I mean? So if we're going to make
this
a choice...
person over here recording everything you guys do.
And then there's that as well, right? So, like, I think that discuss it, make a decision. There is no wrong choice here at all.
Boss Minotaur is on his 17th Capri Sun by now. Like, come on, guys. From my perspective, I say the old man. If we would,
come on, guys. We'll get 12 packs here.
The old man will die anyway to this person's hand. We can't judge motives or reasonings. We can only see what will come to pass. If one has to die, it should be the one. Oh, it could be. We chose to kill the fates, and then this old man is fated to die. So perhaps by choosing to kill him, we're going along with the fates. So we should choose to defy the fates, kill the murderer.
I like that. I like
value.
that.
We punish murderers.
I've made my decision based off Oren's logic. I agree with Oren.
Well, see, that also lines up with the traditional logic of retributive. Oh my god, I can't say the word.
Retributive.
Yes, thank you.
Old man, guy, young man that will murder old man.
The young man killed.
All right.
Well,
let us make sure we're in consensus
exactly.
on
I'm not
this.
saying it as like the party. I'm saying it just as my choice. Sibo on this, I think.
Yep, seconded.
So you lot are deciding that the young man should die, and what is your rationale? Simply because he's a murderer, or
deny fates?
Are you
fight the fates?
The only info we've given is that he going murder as it's fated. They're intuitive to our previous answer of defying fates, killing them at least.
all right? That seems good enough for me. I think it's more of a matter of you punish those who do evil. Sometimes laws are.
This man could have this old man.
We don't know. And we can't ask that question. But as I was saying before, just because we're making choices here and now does not necessarily mean that we can't make other choices with greater knowledge and context
Right.
once we get out of this maze.
Right, and I think everyone's reasons will be heard. So if it's not the exact same reason but the same choice, that's still good enough, I think.
I'm in agreement with you, Oren, and with you, Stephen. Let us kill the young man. Maya, what say you?
Yes, the murderer. You can see Maya's in a little shock. A little bit of shock.
Andronicus, what say you? Very slowly. 2 words.
And he'll just say, I agree.
All right.
Julian will call out, we will kill the murderer. Kill the young man.
As you do, the illusions play out. The children that the guy was teaching kind of wander off, and he looks up at you guys, the small miniature man, and there is a glint in his eye as he vanishes. This guy over here, as he is approaching, repeating the loop to like stab the old man. As he approaches the old man, he instead clutches at his chest, shudders, falls over, and dies. The old man turns, drops to his knees to check on him, looks around, and begins to cry out, and fades.
Yeah, well, it's better than like the begins to eat him or something.
Right, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
God.
Yeah. Hey, free one.
Some real saw.
More illusions appear.
Oh, jeez. All right, hit us with them. What do we got?
All right. On the north, you see a bunch of human, elven, and dwarven children. On the south, you see goatlings, maenads, and satyrs and centaurs, and even a cyclops.
Grown or children?
Adults. The Minotaurs both speak up. Who must die, and who should live? These children, young, healthy, their futures yet unwoven. Or these fae, who have lived for centuries, and shall live forever, unless death is brought to them.
The young should live.
And it shows not. It's just a stationary image.
No, it's like a little illusion that kind of plays out. It's mostly like if they were at a character select screen, you know what I'm saying? They're just sort of
moving a little bit back and forth,
Yeah, going through, animation cycles.
Okay. With no info on this choice, I think there is no logical answer here. It would merely be.
I feel like the destiny woven is. I mean, they specifically talked about their fates have been unwoven, right? Like they're not woven yet.
Oh, it said these children young, healthy, with their futures yet unwoven.
Yeah.
So choosing them to live would be. So choosing them to die would be in defiance of the fates.
I feel like I don't know now. I feel like their futures unwoven means that the fates haven't gotten their fingers on them yet.
So we choose them to live, and then because the fates of the ones that'll live forever. Oh, because they'll live forever, so it's assumed that their fates are
Well,
forever.
most of the Fey creatures in Thylea actually do just sort of live forever, unless they're immortals but not invincible. Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
Vampire
but
rules.
right,
They won't die from old age.
right.
Well, given that, then, as much as it pains me to say it, given the past transgressions of the Dragonlords against the Fae, I would vote for the Fae to die. Saying this to the party, of course, not as a
Right.
group choice.
The children have the most potential, and not saying that settler lives are better than Fey lives,
Yeah.
but any child not having an opportunity to come of age and show what they're worth, that is a tragedy.
And the greatest opportunity.
Those
for
who've
change.
had an opportunity to live and do as the Fae presented, they've had their opportunity. They've lived a life.
So because they've lived a life, they deserve to die.
That's not what he's saying.
That's not what I'm saying, and I realize this is probably I'm coming off as a callous shit, but it's more of they've had a chance to live, they've had a chance to have an impact, and yes, goatlings are bastards, but just not in the literal sense, just in the general sense, just. If the roles were reversed, I would still say that the children, it is
Yeah.
the age, the potential for change for what they could do is the greater loss. So if they were older settlers versus children, young Fae, I would still make that call. I would say that the children should be allowed to live, to
Seconded.
be given the opportunity.
Absolutely.
Potential
Why
for
is it-
change versus set in their ways, I suppose. Assuming that they're set in their ways. But that's all we can do. Don't have much to work with.
Yeah.
So you're in agreement then?
I agree with you and Sibo. I think Maya, you feel that the Fae should live.
I feel that both should, but seeing as how we are now and
Well,
what
we saw
would happen?
a third choice.
what would
got
happen,
us.
what would happen?
I've got 15 minutes and 10 hit points left, so just say the word.
No, I don't think we're going to tank those things.
I mean, Kyra steps up and she puts a hand on your shoulder, Maya, assuming you don't, kind of move away.
Mhm.
And she says, I mean, saving everyone's hard.
It is.
Saving everyone is risky.
I understand.
Do you, though? And she kind of takes her hand off your shoulder and she starts to step back towards the trap.
I'll
Wait, no.
re- I'll-
Oh,
I'll turn around and
sorry.
reach-
Oh, God, I was trying to be so cool. Thank you, guys. Okay. All right.
I say we rest for an hour and then take on the Minotaurs again.
I think you and Andronicus need your heads examined.
I think
You're right, 3 hours, so
I,
Andronicus.
I'd say 3 hours.
Julian,
You're right.
I don't have any hit.
I mean, nothing's hunting you. It's up to you.
Julian, you mentioned before that even though we make these choices now, we have the opportunity to make better choices later, right?
Yes.
Kyra's right, though. And you're right as well. We've chosen to do better. We can't make decisions like this, and we have an option before us that, of course, is great peril to ourselves, indicating towards Andronicus and to all of our wounded forms. Well, I think if we're choosing to do better, then we need to take every risk to make better choices.
But that's the thing, is we tried to take the risk of taking a third path, and we got stomped on again. And I'm not saying that... I'm not saying that we don't create a path. We don't, choose one life over another. But let's be honest. We aren't really in a position to choose our fights right now. We have been ground pretty good by this tomb.
The people
But in the future, we will be in stronger positions, hopefully, and be in a position where we can take a third path.
I feel like that.
Thank God.
I can use 2 words to say starts now.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank God. The Fae and thing that all those that were transgressed against the Gigans, everyone transgressed against by the Dragonlords, their choice was taken from them by the Dragonlords. They made those choices, just as we do here. Yeah. We're repeating the same flaws they had,
and it's also the same argument that they would have made.
But you're assuming but you're assuming that these choices are having impacts out there in the world. We don't have enough information.
No.
I'm not assuming that. I'm the very act of making these choices shows that we are willing to do it.
I think that
we're far removed now, of course, because we have no way to know if this is real or not. But just as the Dragonlords were far removed when they chose, I'm sure they didn't fully grasp the ramifications of cutting down Dianthus's tree, or perhaps wiping out the guy.
They may not have understood the long-term consequences, but there is a consequence. There is a choice to be made when taking any life.
Well, currently, right now, we're not the only consequence we know from choosing is choosing. If we choose not to do it, then we know the consequence of that, which is a very dangerous and difficult choice, difficult consequence to deal with.
But only risk to ourselves.
But only risk to ourselves. We know the risk of that choice.
But at the same time, I feel like I'm saying the wrong thing here. But at the same time, if we take on the risk to ourselves at this stage, and we end up dying, then we're not in a position to try and make better choices in the future.
In the future, though, if a situation comes up where we're at great risk to ourselves, if we don't make a choice such as this one, even one that seems trivial, such as choosing for an illusion to die, what stops us from taking it then? Say we become far enough removed to where a choice... You know what I'm saying here?
And I feel like our decision...
What stops us from being just like the Dragonlords previous?
And I think our decision should be made as though this is a real decision.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's a distilled form of choice. We're far removed, no danger to ourselves making these choices. I say we put ourselves on the line.
There's only one choice that has danger, that has an actual consequence.
That doesn't that doesn't affect ourselves,
Yeah.
Or that does affect ourselves. Sorry.
It doesn't affect others.
But at the same time,
I understand.
If we're making that case, making that argument, then we're saying, assuming we're not drawing analogies, we're saying that we're willing to kill children to save goatlings and maenads who have proven themselves to be not good creatures. I'm sorry, Maya, but they're bloody children.
I was willing.
The centaurs on that tap
illusion
altar are there too.
I look at you and cock an eyebrow and I say, all Fae? It's fucking 2 words things. Bullshit.
We've seen exactly. We the goatlings and the people. The Fae we've killed. We've witnessed their transgressions firsthand, and we have not lightly dispatched them. Referring to the goatlings, of course, that were subjugating settler races.
But Julian, I do understand what you're saying. That right now these choices are just that choices made here in this temple, not the choices that we would make when we're out and having to make those choices again. But as Orin is saying, we are still making a choice here. And
Perhaps we should rest and think on it. We do not have to make a choice in this moment.
Okay,
Long rest it is.
Stay here for a week.
Really dig deep into the issue. We're going to set up like a Greek style forum to debate the problems.
Yep.
Somebody go fetch
the problem with that is you can't get the benefits of a long rest without the benefits of a sanctuary.
Into the sanctuary.
we can camp for 4 days, and
yeah, I mean if that's how you want to go,
No.
We have a perfectly good Yeti in the other room.
There's meat here to eat, No.
Yes, look, what you call it, a comfortable room has been provided. Sustenance. We have, what more could you want, Julian? If we're not willing to kick back for a few days eating Yeti meat and reading old dusty scrolls.
In order to make the correct choice.
Although eating that Yeti meat could be considered stealing from a...
It's just borrowing, all right?
As long as
we'll give it back in a few hours.
We're good.
That's true, yeah. I won't eat the Yeti meat. We have rations.
I think we're allowing ourselves to be trapped if we are taking so long in making a decision. Let's.
What could it hurt?
My gut is telling me, despite my protestations about not killing children, let us side with Maya. Let us spare the Fae. Let us slay the children.
I'm not saying to slay the children. My what I want and what I believe is the correct choice is for both to live. But I understand that with that choice, there are consequences. And right now, the way we are right now, we can't handle those consequences.
But maybe that's the point.
So realistically, let's see here. I think, could we not just stay here for 2 or 3 days? We don't need the benefits of a long rest, but we could get a bunch of short rest. If I get a couple short rests into me, I'll be good to go.
Yeah, I mean, same with me. I can heal everybody up.
I mean, yeah, we still have the exhaustion, but we can close up our wounds and all that stuff.
If the exhaustion's from the wounds, I can heal that up.
Yeah.
I think we're overcomplicating things. Let's.
Well, Julian, let me ask: what is if we do stay here and wait and prepare ourselves for the consequence and make the correct choice? What is the downside of that? Yeah.
Need I remind you that we have a whole host of people waiting on us at the bridge?
Damon said he'd take care of them. I trust his judgment. He's also a powerful wizard. I've heard tell of them being able to magic food straight out of the air. And
yes, he'll protect them while they're there, but what's stopping Norius or Hirak or anyone else from wandering off and getting jumped by Yetis? I mean, gaming can't be in all places at once. I feel like we're trapping ourselves. We're over-analyzing this. This is a temple. Let's make the choices that we are being expected to make and move forward. Because the more time we spend here, the greater the risk we put to those that we have sworn to protect. Because they're out of our care, which we're trusting in Daemon. And I don't know about you lot, but I'm a little leery of a lich looking after everyone.
I hear your concerns, and I was on board with making these choices, but I think my mind has been changed. I say we put it to a vote. If we can, it seems we can't come to an agreement.
Very well. I vote that we move forward with these decisions. I think we are trapping ourselves by putting too much stock in these decisions. We need to make these decisions and move forward.
Sibo, how do you feel?
I need time to think.
Okay, Maya, how do you feel?
I want both to live.
Okay. I believe that our choices here, we are far removed.
Reaches out, touches Orin's foot, and says, "We fight."
I hear you. Our decisions here we are far removed from the choice, and I fear that making choices here on who lives or dies, be they only illusions, sets a dangerous precedent for the future when we have to make choices such as this for real. And because of this, I vote that we wait and to deal with these statues and use their horns to take this door down.
There we go.
Question.
Mm-hmm.
By us choosing to wait to make the decision, would that trigger our decision being made?
I guess you'll have to find out.
So-
I mean,
yeah.
decisions like this is OOC or DM talking. Decisions like this are often made in the heat of the moment. Very rarely do you have a great deal of time to make those sorts of decisions. One would say that an inability to decide is in itself a decision.
Also, remember they didn't attack us till Andronicus touched the door without making a decision.
Well, I mean, they started.
Well, no, they said, no, you can't go through the door. What do you decide? And he said, I decide a third path. And then they decided to stomp on him.
Yeah.
Right. He still had to say something, is my point.
Yeah, that's true. I see what you're saying.
He's going to get his rope out. I've got kind of an idea. Why don't we tie them together? Make it easier to fight them.
All right. Hear me out. Potters will use like a thread to cut clay, right? So we're gonna use Orin's rope to behead the statues. Fucking perfect.
Why don't we just chop them into blocks? Like, if we can do that, let's just put them into blocks, throw them on the other side of a wall.
Now, I'm going to assume that, much as in real life, a great deal of time has passed as you guys are trying to decide on this.
Yeah.
There is a rumble from each of the statues as they speak almost in unison. A choice must be made. Who lives and who dies?
I don't know about you lot, but I don't feel like fighting these creatures hand to hand.
Okay, wait a second. So they just say who lives and who dies? Do they mention their illusions specifically?
And then they repeat. These children, young, healthy, with their futures yet unwoven. Or these fae, who have lived for centuries and shall live forever unless death is brought to them.
Orin's going to drag Andronicus over here next to Kyra. Say, Kyra, I'm just going to leave him over here, you know.
Orin, your eyeball is drawn to the inscription above the door that you first saw.
Have the strength to choose.
I will say this much. The only reason I am not giving an answer to these creatures right now is this Oath of Fellowship. Because I know what I do is going to impact the rest of you, and I'd like to think that we can sort this out reasonably, but this... I feel we're being forced into making a choice one way or the other. Because I certainly cannot take these creatures in hand-to-hand combat.
I'd be willing to make this choice on the condition that we agree afterwards that if a situation comes along where we need to make similar decisions regarding an actual situation.
Andronicus slams his hand down on the ground and says, "Never again."
Aw.
In agreement with what Orb is saying, basically saying if we do a choice here, this is the last time.
But it's just the first time you compromise, it just makes it so much easier to make further compromises.
Because next time you just say, we won't do it after this one.
Yeah. Fuck. We gotta fucking fight these things, guys.
We might not.
Unless there's like the fucking choose to act to live with those consequences. It says to live with those consequences.
If they kill us, we can't
Right,
live
and
with
I
it.
choose to live, and I do not want to die here.
Let's say live, you know.
If we choose to let the Fae here die, I think we need to, at least for ourselves, at least I do feel like I need to give something for it. I can't make this choice without sacrificing something.
Well,
So,
we're sort of sacrificing our souls a little bit here, the way we keep going back and forth, it would seem.
Julian, do you have a dagger?
I do.
May I borrow it?
Julian will pull out one of his basic daggers, and not the chaos dagger, and pass it to Maya.
Okay. She'll stand over here by the Fae and say, "Do we want to choose this?"
I don't want to.
I don't either.
I think it's such a dangerous precedent.
In an ideal situation, we'd be able to find a way to have it all, but that may not always be an option. Or we should always strive, but clearly we are not in a position to fight these behemoths.
So when we're not in a position to make, and we have to make a choice later on, do we choose the easier path, or do we strive then? Even if we're not in a position where we can strive.
For example, the Dragonlords choosing to kill Dianthus in order to use her body to make a raft.
They needed the raft to travel the seas. They had dragons that could fly.
How can we claim to be any better when we make the same choice?
So, all right, fine. Let's embrace the argument. Let's embrace the absurdity of it. So, again, I understand the desire to be better than the previous batch of Dragonlords. However, in that effort, I feel we're blinding ourselves if we are going with this binary choice to say that we must save the Fae. I'm not saying we shouldn't, Maya. That's not what I'm getting at. But this is a simulation. If we're talking about the greatest good or the greatest evil,
I'm not.
I mean, you're saying we're okay with killing children.
No.
No. No one's saying that, Julian. What I'm saying is that if we did make a choice, the choice would be the Fae. But what I'm saying is the choice we should make is that both lives.
I don't disagree, but we are forced into a position here.
Well, if we were forced into a position again,
tomb.
If we were forced into a position again, what do we choose? If we walk through those doors and there's another set of altars and the same choice goes there, what do we do?
But this time it's real.
Yeah, it's an actual centaur and an actual child. We
Or-
go ahead and kill the centaur in cold murder because because of how we are wounded and we feel ourselves not having the ability to move forward.
From where I'm standing, unfortunately, yes, because we are not in a position to have a third way.
So if there was an opportunity to make a third way, should we take it?
Yes, and we tried to have a third way here. I was the one that suggested to see all the doors locked.
But we didn't live with
But-
the consequences of that choice.
Right. If we don't live with the consequences, if we live with the consequences of that choice, we'll be grounded to a paste.
And I think that's
Then
the point.
Then
though, isn't it?
we can't fix this situation at large.
But that's the point, isn't it? Like, that's the point of the question. We didn't live with the consequences of that.
No, we would have died because of those choices.
So we didn't live with the consequences. Like at the end of the day, that consequence we skirted by picking the spider.
If we would have chosen the center and took the consequences and died, what then? We'd be dead, right?
Right, and I certainly understand the desire to hold ourselves to higher ideals, but we can't hold ourselves to higher ideals if we're dead.
To be honest with you all, if you want to...
It's like death. Ha!
I honestly think I'm being a bit too pragmatic for this group. You know my sentiments. I'm going to remove myself from this conversation. I feel we're going here in circles.
You all could stand at a safe distance and give me... I could deal with the golems eventually. And Oren looks meaningfully at his missing arm.
Mm.
Might take a while. You might have to eat the Yeti.
I wouldn't do that to Yor.
It's better than to choose. I think I think if we compromise now, it's a slippery slope in so many words.
How about this? If we make that compromise now, make an oath to never do it again among ourselves, bind ourselves to that, would that be reasonable?
Doesn't feel like enough.
No.
No?
We cannot destroy ourselves for a high principle when
Can't
you're
exempt-
trying to do the greatest good for the greatest number of people.
The same could have been said of the Dragonlords. And we have sworn to do better. Or at least we told ourselves that we will do better.
We have, and I say we try as best we are able to work towards that goal of doing better than what is done before us.
In the
But
first
at the time, I feel we're getting ourselves hung up on these choices here. I'm not saying we don't discuss it. I'm not saying we don't let it inform us for let it inform our future choices. But we can't move forward unless we make a decision. When we try the third way, we try indecision. We are forced back to this binary choice. So let us make the choice and move forward. But to swear another oath to never make a binary choice again, that is foolishness.
not to never make a binary choice again, but never to make one that affects others.
Well,
And
we have-
The statues do sort of shift a bit, and their mouths open, and yet again they speak the words, "Who should live, and who should die? These children, young, healthy, their futures yet unwoven, or these Fae, who have lived for centuries, shall live forever unless death is brought to them. You must choose.
It doesn't sound
What I-
like
what
we're
I-
going to get that rest.
What I'm saying,
Dragon.
Julian, is that if we make this choice here, that these Fae should die, then what is our consequence?
We don't know yet.
I imagine a similar choice might have been made to broker these 500 years of peace. What
Well,
I'm saying,
historically, the part of the Pact of Peace is that sacrifices were to be made to the Titans on a regular basis, and you saw in Astoria that the lapse in that practice did have consequences associated with it. So a great deal of literal sacrifices were made and continue to be made to maintain the oath of peace.
But I understand where you're coming from, Julian. Is that right now we're making this choice, and that you believe that this choice does not bind us to making the choices later, right? Is that what you're?
That is as far as I can tell. That is what we've got here.
The statues shift again, and in unison they say, "Your time is nearly up. A choice must be made, or you must leave this place."
I do believe they're a pair of serious fellows. I think if we don't leave or don't make a choice, they will make us leave.
shit. We got.
All right, I'm gonna go with 5 IRL minutes, 5 meta minutes, and then they will take your indecision as decision.
Okay.
Because the toughest decisions that are made are often made in the moment.
I wish I had save games. Damn it. It's
Look
bullshit.
at what
You knew what you were gonna get you when you signed up for this campaign.
Right.
I knew
Don't
it.
give
It's
me
a
that
goddamn
Okay.
business.
It's BioWare writing without save games. It's fucking bullshit.
Okay.
Like when you want to cure the genophage or whatever.
Look, those Krogan deserved better.
You're like cure
Yeah,
Genophage
exactly.
or Dead Morden.
My,
It's our choice.
Maya will note that, in her opinion, the ones who she would rather live would be the children. She would prefer if both would live, but if, like you said, if there was no choice, like if I were not making this choice and I had to watch somebody else make this choice, and I didn't have a chance to make a different choice, I would want that person to choose the children
Julian,
to live.
Julian, if these were, say instead of illusions, these were a group of children and a group of Fae physically here, would the decision still be the same?
For me, yes, I want the children to live.
I feel in that situation we'd be more willing to fight.
But again, this is assuming that you only have the two choices. I understand that we want to be better than the previous batch of Dragonlords, but I think in order for us to have this philosophical debate, we need to be alive to do so, and we need to make a choice now.
Okay, well, let's see. All right. Only 2 people have voted, so.
Oh, my bad. At this point, I mean,
Yeah.
We have to choose one of the top 2, then.
yeah.
Looks like it's the immortal.
Kyra looks at you guys. Says, "You always have a choice."
Ugh.
What do we hope to gain from this tomb? To reiterate, weapons.
We need the weapons of
The
Xander,
first Dragonlord, the armaments of the first Dragonlord.
Why do we need the first
because
armaments?
it's part of the 3 labors was to have that so they could be reforged with the fire that we just relit.
What is the consequence of not reacquiring these?
We don't fit in
Our
the labors
tasks
and we
are
can't move
the
forward.
long-term goals are a lot harder.
I choose to leave. I don't. If I get outvoted, then that's fine. But I'm sticking by my choice to leave.
Okay, hold on.
I crawl my way into Orin's arms like a little baby. He'll take me with him.
I will not stop you from making the decision, despite us being in the pact. But I will not be. If any weapons or armor are offered, I will not take part in them.
I just say, new arms.
Julian, if you feel, whatever your decision is, I'll go with it. But I won't go over to here and sentence to death. But with the Pact of Fellowship, if you feel that in this case we should choose the Fae, I won't stop you, and I'll go ahead.
45 seconds. If we're gonna leave, we should leave.
Well, if you're going to put this decision on me, Julian will go up to the altar and he'll say, "I choose on behalf of this group that the Fae should perish."
Okay.
I choose that the Fae should die, that the children should live.
All right.
And that is what Julian is saying out to the room.
Because of the Oath of Fellowship, you guys are bound by Julian's word.
As he says that, Maya will take the dagger and cut off 2 of her snakes and place them on the altar.
Oh fuck.
I'll take the damage if I fall out. I'll fall out for it, but
I'm going to slot 10 temp HP worth of hit points of blood onto the altar as well.
All right. As you make your bold decision, the illusion of the Fae are slaughtered as a sea of opponents descend upon them from land and sky. Over here, the children flourish, and eventually both illusions fade. The doors open.
I'll help.
All right.
I'll help pick up Andronicos.
We'll get his other arm.
I got it.
Drag him in.
Sibo takes a moment longer. And slowly walks forward.
Okay, quick recap on the Oath of Fellowship. Can we take individual oaths?
You can take individual oaths,
Okay,
but
so if I entered an oath,
by
it wouldn't
swearing Oath of Fellowship, your actions always reflect on others in the Fellowship.
Yeah, I know that. I just want to. You can, because if you personally bound yourself to something, you wouldn't necessarily bind the rest of the group.
Right, like with Julian gambling his entire life on the mithril mines.
Okay, just checking.
All right. Before you is Xander's tomb. Maybe.
Maya hands you your dagger back, Julian. After wiping it off.
Okay, let's get. I will resheath it.
All right. Stepping through the wall as if it was water. You see the Minotaur from earlier.
He did not tell us his name was Graxus, right? We just still know him as the guy.
No.
Okay.
I mean, you could infer that, I guess, but he never introduced. He wasn't like, "Yo, what's up?"
Yeah, okay.
Takes his name
He
tag
looks
off.
at you and says, "You have arrived. You seem exhausted, but not just in your body."
We had to make.
It's a good bit of soul searching done to get in here. Took some time. We appreciate your patience.
You'll find time is a resource in very short supply when you need it most.
We'll have to keep that in mind. But I do believe there was some mention of obtaining some equipment here.
The words were, "We'll get what we deserve." What do we deserve?
Fair enough.
Xander's challenges have been bested. I will give you his armaments, that you may put them to use against the enemies of the people of Thylea. He takes from the sort of leather thong hanging from his belt a vicious-looking battle axe. Kind of lifts it, flips it, and kind of hands it towards you with the handle outstretched.
Julian will look over to Oren, and I'm assuming Oren does not move to take it based off of his words from earlier.
I won't take it. I won't.
Well, I'll just accept this on behalf of the group, shall I? And Julian will take the battle axe, and he will nod respectfully to Graxus.
I don't mean to offend you, Julian. I just need to think about.
Julian, as you touch the axe, you feel a thirst for bloodshed and for violence. Specifically against giants and their kin.
Nice.
Gigans, Cyclops, ogres, etc., etc. Trolls. Not that trolls exist in this world, but yeah. You can feel emotions coming from the weapon. It is possessed of a sentience and a purpose. That purpose is to slay giants and their kin, and God's willing, titans.
Okay, then.
All right. He unbuckles the shield he was carrying of the sort of lion's golden lion head type shield. And he pro-offers that.
If no one else is moving forward to accept any of these things, Julian will continue to accept these arms and armaments on behalf of the group.
Okay. The lion's head is animated. As you take it, it lets out a low rumble. He begins to unbuckle the breastplate that he is wearing.
John just uses his 2 words to say, getting naked.
He's got breeches on, don't worry.
Does he?
Oh, jeez.
I mean, it's a breastplate, so he'd be Donald Duck in it if he didn't. So, yeah. All right. After a few moments, he hands you the breastplate that he was wearing.
I'll use the shield to sort of, accept the breastplate. I'll sort of stack the battle axe on top of the breastplate on top of the shield. I'm just kind of like carrying it back to the group. And again, nodding to Graxus and just say, "Thank you very much."
He reaches into a satchel at his side, and he produces a tiara, a crown, that looks like it is crafted of mithril and bone. And he extends that out as well.
Oh, more things. I see. And Julian will double back and will accept this tiara.
Okay. Let's see.
Nice.
And as you accept it, he narrows his eyes and it looks right at you, Julian, and he says, "You will need another."
Another what?
And he wanders off.
Leaves.
Julian will call out like, are we supposed to come with you?
And he returns and hands you a second crown.
Julian promptly sprouts 2 heads.
Yeah, he needs to get his eyes checked. He's seeing double.
The Minotaur says, "You have what you came for. Go. Follow in the bloody footsteps of your predecessors. I have no use for you anymore."
Might I ask a question?
And he just sort of looks at you, not saying no, but
What did Xander deserve?
he walks up and he puts a hand on the sarcophagus and looks at the armored figure carved into it. And he says, "He deserved what all living things deserve. A chance at redemption."
Okay. Orn will nod to this and head for the door.
Julian won't follow just yet, and he will ask. Now, when you say we're following in the bloody footsteps of the Dragonlords, are you talking with regards to the choices we just made back at the door, or are you assuming the worst of us?
He just sort of stares at you. There was never a wrong answer. The challenge was simply choosing and owning that choice.
Andronicus, being dragged away, looks back, shakes his head, and just says, "All wrong."
You made your choices. Now live with them.
Is there a shortcut out of here? Any chance?
Gesture to the exit side of the back door.
Andronicus cocks an eyebrow and says, "Skyrim dungeon?"
I guess it's a no.
Just sort of stares at you and he says, I'm sure you can find your own way out.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Just thought I should ask. And Julian joins the rest of the group.
And Dragondronicus.
As you are leaving, you hear the Minotaur murmur to the sarcophagus, I'm sorry, friend. Nothing has changed.
Word's grimace deepens. Going towards the bad end. Fuck. Alright, well, to get out of here, I'm gonna...
Watch out! Watch your step, Oren.
Yeah. Well, we probably shouldn't have a long, drawn-out conversation if we're trying to navigate a maze.
Oh, I mean, I'll teleport you to the exit because I don't want to sit here and watch you try to navigate the spaces.
I thought you had some skeleton minotaurs you wanted to hit us with.
No.
Oh, well, I was actually saying that in character because everyone was sort of bitching and moaning like, "Oh no, we dooming ourselves."
Right. Unless you wanted to do some tomb raiding on the way out, then we'll play it through.
Fuck no.
Might as well after we made this decision.
All right. I tried to delete you. Oh, there you go. Right, so you guys head back out into the snow of Telemark.
Oh, all the way back to the entrance.
Okay.
Do you want to take a minute and Sibo, do you have identify?
I do. We should probably, do it during our rest, right?
Yeah, I don't think we have any short rests left on the clock. Or left in the
That's
day.
what I mean. Let's do it at camp. Like, let's.
So, assuming at some point I wake up, I'll just I'll look contemptuously over at the weapons and just say they deserve the same treatment as Esther's shield did.
Well, we don't know that. We don't know what they do yet. Although this axe seems pretty bloody hungry for big people flesh.
Well, I think it was clear that Xander was looking for retribution toward the end. I mean, his guardian, like, we all heard the guardian say that, right? Like, I'm sorry, my friend.
Retribution or redemption?
Whatever word he used. Yeah.
Redemption.
Redemption.
Yes, because he was saying a second chance.
Right, but that's my point is, does that mean that toward the end of his time, Xander was looking for that opportunity?
It would seem so.
Right? So,
A murderer who feels bad is still a murderer.
Well, I'm not saying
I
he's
feel
not a
pretty bad.
murderer, but someone who wants to atone for their sins. Do good
I'll
acts.
say that the axe and the shield are badly damaged. They will need to be repaired at the forge.
Okay. Well, we're headed in that general direction anyhow.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
My bleeding a little there.
I know.
As
Like
you
how-
guys are heading by, you hear the slight heave of stone, and notice that the door to Balmetria's tomb, ever so slightly, is cracked open.
oh snap.
Is it open before, or we went into Xander's?
No, it was closed.
It was
up.
not.
No, we're just now hearing it.
Wait till I'm up. Wait until I'm up.
Are we allowed to go in her tomb?
I mean, the door just opened for us, so
Yes, but that could very well be a trap.
Guess I'll go up to Damon. I'll say, Damon,
You wouldn't have enough of a potion, would you?
no. Are we? I'll kind of indicate Balmetria's tomb. I'll say, may we enter?
Yeah, the empty hood, or the shadowed form beneath the hood, it's hard to tell,
Okay.
looks at you and shakes the cowl left and right.
All right, I will nod then.
Understood.
I'll run. I'll jog back over here, let you guys know, and then jog back. Say, not a good idea.
All right, Sibo, come on. I know that tombs and archaeological finds are sorely tempting, but Orn asked the big scary man, and he said we shouldn't go in.
I will go right up to the edge and not go in and look in.
I mean, see what you can sneak your way in there.
I won't sneak my way in, but I won't enter. But I do
Again,
want to
it's
see
not
inside.
a good idea, buddy.
I could see it on his miniature. Look at him staring at it.
Right up to
Oh,
the
you're
edge.
inching in. Ooh, that's a man that wants to get eaten by a Draco Lich.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Julian will put his hand.
It
on
is
Sibo's
open
shoulder.
enough that a small creature could squeeze through with a very good acrobatics or athletics check.
That's what we call bait.
Julian will say to Sibo Shepin.
A medium creature would have no chance.
Sibo Shepin.
tiny
It is
pseudo
ill-advised that you go in there. There could be zombies.
I do
Got
not want
one
to
angel
go
on
in.
your shoulder, Sibo, and 3 or 4 demons, devils.
I do not want to go in, but I want to get up
Oh.
to the precipice.
Mm-hmm.
I want to look without entering. What do I say?
Okay. I'll briefly flash the map that you are not going to get to experience.
Let Julian run away. Go running quick.
And done.
Do you need to tell?
You just leave Andronicus there on the steps.
I thought you had Andronicus. I've got all the gear that nobody wants.
Yeah, I got him. We all have to carry our burdens, Julian. Andronicus is mine.
I will walk away. Sad.
You know, I'm just saying. You know, if we just made some certain choices and not been like, oh, we're gonna take the moral high road, take a third road, we could have been through this thing and not be knocked out.
Just saying.
All right, your allies stretch as they stand back up. Damon kind of floats away from you guys.
Shiny wall go away.
Oh yeah, he does a little snap, little Thanos snap. Half of your allies die. No, the wall disappears.
Hmm.
All right, Corinna kind of runs up to Maya and sees her bandaged snake stumps and is just horrified, as is Lorius. Halise runs forward, drops to her hands and knees, and grasps at dead Andronikos. She begins to sob, her Witcher 3 levels of mascara making 2 black stains down her cheeks.
I mean, he's not dead. He's just unconscious.
Oh, right.
Did you lose your training in medicine as well? You got converted.
He seems so defeated. Were you successful then?
At a cost.
At a cost.
Yes and no. It's complicated.
Well, did you receive the armaments of Xander, the first Dragonlord?
Julian just sort of hefts the pile of stuff.
How did you even carry this, Julian?
I don't know. I think I wasn't told I couldn't, and I just did.
I mean, it's godly.
And with that, Julian's strength gives out, just all.
Yeah. Like when you tell your significant other, you're like, I've got it. When you've got 15 bags of groceries at once, like, I don't need to make 2 trips.
Yep.
It's fine.
Yep.
Yeah.
All under Andronicus. I'll take I guess I'll take my bedroll, try and wrap everything up in like a nice carryable sack.
Did we not ask Damon if he could zap us somewhere?
We didn't ask that. I mean,
He's sort of just kind of
over there.
He's just sort of drifting around.
Okay, no, all right. I thought he was gone. I didn't see him over there. Okay.
I mean, you could go and ask him.
I mean,
It's gonna be a rough road back to Astoria.
yeah. Well, I'll ask Damon if there's a possibility of a quick, faster than walking option to get back to Astoria or the Forge.
The empty cow sort of looks down at you.
Understood.
Give me a persuasion check.
God damn
Damn
it,
it!
Locke.
I should have asked.
Yeah,
Oh, he's a warlock. Never mind.
Yeah.
he's an in-lock,
Yeah.
special breed of.
Yeah.
Super special.
Well, one of us has to
He
use the
just
brains.
turns away from you and just begins to float off.
Fair.
It's worth a shot, Siva.
We should. I feel like this is our best place of. I guess camping here.
I mean, he
We
won't
could.
let anyone go past this bridge,
And camp on the bridge.
right? No, I mean, like, yeah, I'm assuming that, but he won't let anyone come past this bridge, like, so we have an opportunity. At least from one direction we know no one will come from. Allegedly.
Do we feel like we can relatively safely camp on the bridge?
There's guardrails, right? Little.
Yeah, I mean, it seems safer than outside.
We have the ice bridge or this bridge, with the Yeti
And
trying to.
there's still harpies on the ice bridge, FYI.
And the other one was still climbing up.
Oh shit! Yeah, I guess we'll just camp here then.
Okay. All right. So you will. All right. Let's see what we could do here. You guys are gonna camp here on the bridge. That's cool. Cool. Let's see. Let me just grab this. There we go. Save it. Okay. Yeah, I guess start mentally, spiritually, and physically
Turn it
unpacking
off.
everything that has happened, and get you over to the camp page. Start off, I guess, with some survival checks.
If they're all at disadvantage.
Yeah, but just keep in mind your current state of being.
They're all at
Everyone's got a
disadvantage.
minimum of what? 1 level of exhaustion?
Yeah, at least.
Yeah,
Just a little.
I think I'm at 2 right now because of the injury, because of the wound.
Yeah, I've got 2 as well. I was just saying, at minimum, we're all exhausted.
So
Try and fix the
I'm
people
gonna
up.
try and can I use medicine to help fix this camp? It's just getting the place ready to treat everybody's wounds.
If everybody is beat to shit, I will accept that, as long as we're getting at least a couple of actual survival checks.
Right.
Who
Disadvantage.
can? Does anyone have? Who has proficiency in survival?
So, what
I
do
do
you want my unconscious body to make, Crash?
You cannot participate, so it will count as an automatic failure from you.
Oh, okay, great.
We sub him out. So yeah, Corinna, come over here and help make camp.
You're one of the chosen now.
We're hiring.
I guess I'll use one of my inspirations just to do a straight survival roll.
Chuck Andronicus off the bridge and give me Corinna's stat sheet.
All right.
For fuck's sake.
All of these sound like great options.
If we leave you
Upgrade.
outside the camp, does it count as a not? If we just ignore him, while we set up
I
camp,
don't- we might have
You
a
would
fight
ignore
later.
a member of your fellowship?
he's fine. We'll set him up, prop him up against a rock or something.
Wow.
No, I don't think so.
All right, let me move you over to this map. Here we go.
Lisa's
We were in a cave. Now we're
Lisa's
in the
got him
forest.
covered, literally.
All
Oh,
right,
no,
so
it's
with
okay.
Andronicos being down, you are at 1 fail automatically. Let's see what these other results are. Maya did fantastic. Oh wait, never mind. You have a point of exhaustion.
Yeah, we're
Okay. Yeah. So camping DCs tonight are going to be 15.
Okay.
All right.
Orin.
Crash, did my survival check come through, or do I need to try rolling that again?
It did not actually. But I mean, enough people have failed. It can't get any worse. So, but you did provide oh wow! If you used a point of inspiration to do it,
I did.
all natural. You at least get this.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Free inspiration.
Well, I had to use a point of inspiration to
Yeah.
get that, so it evened out.
Jeremy Crockett himself comes down and gives you it back.
Oh no! Look what it is.
Everybody gets one.
Oh yeah, Vulcanate here. Get rid of these guys. There
Oh,
we
his
go.
name is Heroes.
All right. His name is Hamburger now. All right. There we go. So now that you've established your camp DCs, you can choose someone to be on watch, and everybody but Andronicos who is not on watch can do a camp activity. Since you are in a risky situation, you can benefit from camping. As fellow Giffyglyph DMs and I are figuring out, there's a time and a place for camping, and that's at campsites. All right. So if you want to abstain, you're certainly welcome to do that as well.
Julian is going to try and boost everyone's spirits again, and he's going to borrow a lyre from Kyra.
Okay.
He's going to try and.
She sort of just listlessly kind of hands it to you, like.
Okay.
Eh.
Who all currently has
Try
an open
and
wound?
play a song of, I don't know, quiet introspection, something not bawdy, just something soothing.
Andronicos, your missing 9 health can only be
Yeah.
returned by a greater restoration spell.
Excellent.
All right. However,
I'm gonna
as you
use
guys are
that.
resting, you do realize that once you get some proper rest and training, you will be level 5.
At what cost? At what cost, Crash? You've done. I can't believe you've done this.
What did I do?
You've posed these moral quandaries.
There was no wrong choice. You just had to choose.
All wrong choices, Crash. That's not.
Oh my gosh. You guys, calm down.
I just wanted to. I need to go back to being a magic woke ape in a nice, comforting paradise vale. Nothing ever No,
Honestly, there was a time where there was a whole faction of woke apes who wanted to kill the Mouskin of Valorians for waking them up, because they felt like the curse of advanced intellect was ruining their lives.
Orin would side with them.
Crash, I'm going to burn a point of inspiration to give myself just a straight roll.
Right. You try your best, but you see that your audience is distraught, worn out, and exhausted in every possible way. What would be a passable performance with a 10 just does not manage to impact your audience in any meaningful way.
I tried.
They all look at you with dead, tired eyes. Your NPC followers more so even than your companions, because they were sort of expecting you to return with the armaments of the first Dragonlord and the completion of your third trial with like zest and like pep in your step, and they're just kind of they're afraid to ask what horrors you faced in the tomb.
There was 2 fucking Minotaur skeletons, and they were just coming at us. Who all has open wounds? Just Andronicus and Maya?
Siva.
Yeah, I think so.
No,
Alright.
I've got 2 wounds. I don't know if they're open wounds.
many-
Sibo, are you taking watch as
Yeah.
normal?
Yeah, I'll
or-
take watch. I'm
Okay.
assuming this is the entrance side. I'd probably be on that side.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
this is back towards Telemark, and this is towards Frostland.
Okay.
I think we should work together to try and close up
Yeah.
Julian's wounds so that we're all just at one.
I have a wound
Well,
as well.
doesn't Maya have 2 wounds?
I have let me double check. I have 2 closed wounds and 1 open wound.
Okay, well, Julian, you have 2 open wounds?
Yeah.
I don't think they're
I think
open
you
wounds.
should probably treat your chopping up snakes as another wound. Probably.
Yeah, so then I have 2 open wounds then. So I'm at 3 levels of exhaustion right now then. With these
Alright.
open wounds.
Oh shit! I don't need the healing. Maya does.
Everyone that's roughed up, then come over here. We'll figure out, because we can only do one meta. We can each only do one. Well, we can camp for multiple times, right? So we can do multiple.
You
So
can gain the benefits of a camp, like the camp action, once per day. You can do
Oh.
a short rest twice per day. Normally, people combine the short rest with camping.
So we can only attempt to fix the wounds once for the rest of the day, I guess.
Oh no, you can attempt to fix wounds. You know, like. Oh, I see
Yeah.
what you're saying. Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah.
Wound treating is a short rest activity, not a
Yeah,
camp
yeah, yeah.
activity.
Gotcha.
Yeah, exactly. So you could do that 2 more times in the morning. You know, if you wanted to take your 2 short rests first thing in the morning, kind of thing.
Gotcha. Okay, Maya,
Yeah.
I will I'll provide you assistance to close your open wound.
All right.
So that'll make us. If we can get that one, it'll be easier to close the other ones tomorrow.
I mean, I still have 1 normal exhaustion from, I think it was like a consequence or something like that.
Ah, damn it. Yeah, I do too. Because I don't have any open wounds, but I've got an exhaustion.
So no matter what, there's going to be a disadvantage. So if we just try and cheat each other's wound, close each other's wounds, and see what happens.
Okay, you
Okay.
close yourself, and I'll work on
Do
Stebo.
do Andronicus.
So I'm going to use my 1 point of inspiration to do this medicine check on myself.
Stebo, if I closed your wound, would your 1 point of exhaustion go away?
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, mine is from my wound. Yeah. So that makes sense.
We'll have at least one person not rolling with disadvantage for ability checks then. Well, if I can pass it. Okay.
Right.
All right.
Maya, the circumstances of your own injuries, the area where you're camping, the weather, just everything's kind of working against you. It was not successful.
All right. Here I go, Sibo. I'll try to whip out some bandages. His favorite leeches.
Okay. Now, Maya, you were doing it with normal, right? Then maybe a 10 would have succeeded, right? Because treating wounds
Yeah,
during a
it's-
short
yeah,
is only a
treating wounds
DC 10, right?
Yeah, treating wounds is only a 10.
Okay. Then you
Yeah,
would have
'cause
done
you
it.
said
since
you were
the-
gonna use inspiration, right?
Yeah.
Okay, then yeah, you would have succeeded with that 11. Okay.
Okay.
Orin, you're doing it at disadvantage, or you guys are working together to make sure you do it, or do you have you spending inspiration?
She work on herself and then help me.
Okay.
Or no?
I have an
Is that
inspiration if you want to use it for me or whatever.
If I can help, I'll help. But
Okay.
I don't know if I
Okay.
can help.
I can wait till after
Either
she-
way, you got a nat one. So,
Wait. Oh,
and I
on
guess
that
you
one.
fall off the bridge and die. So, done. But yeah, it's really bad. As you're working on it, you hear like a groan from the bridge and kind of quickly move as the stone sort of tumbles away.
Double ones.
Just pull the bandage too tight and just wait. Did I get double ones?
No, you had disadvantage. So your first
You
roll.
rolled a 21.
Oh, yeah. All right.
Yeah. See. Yeah.
Oh,
like-
that's the consequences. What am I saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just pull the bandage too tight on Sibo and it just kind of grates into you.
All right. Gosh. Anything else that you guys want to do with your camping actions?
I feel that.
Sweet.
Oh, no,
Yeah,
wait.
you cook some terrible food.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Overall, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Everyone just sort of collapses.
It matches with the feeling of this whole dungeon so far.
Helise drags Andronicos into tent.
How many HP do I come back with? Is it just one, or do I roll a d4?
Just one after 3 hours, but then you'll be able to do all the normal stuff at the end of the rest. Sibo, I will tell you right now that given the close proximity to Telemach, as long as everyone stays in the campsite, they should be safe. So you do not need to roll for anything. You might notice something interesting if you do, but you do not have to roll.
Okay, so no intelligent survival needed.
And no perception needed,
Okay.
unless you would like to try.
I will do the perception.
Okay.
He's
Okay.
trying. It's fine.
During the night, you are exhausted. You don't notice anything through the snow that is falling and the still darkness of Telemach.
Okay.
All right. So sleeping saves.
Did I
Alright.
get my wound healed, or do I still have that?
You're open. Did you have an open wound still?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah, because he fell down. He got knocked down.
Hold on.
What knocked him out? So
Oh wow.
Head wound.
Yeah, so it just continues. Helise tries to fix Andronicos by herself and gets to that one.
God. What's Oh,
Oh my god.
Elise,
Alright.
she's better. She's
You hear sad sobbing from Helise inside the tent with Andronicos. Andronicos, you do come back with your 1 hit point though.
Woo!
It is at that point about 7 p.m. and everyone around you is incredibly depressed because apparently that's the kind of hard-ass game we're running, where we all got together to be super depressed tonight.
Am I able to medicine check at disadvantage myself after I wake up?
Yeah.
All right, let's see what I got.
All right. You are managed to you managed to patch yourself up. You see Helise is asleep next to you. She seems to have fallen asleep crying.
the eyes are very prominent now.
All right, you got a DC 15 to see if you get a good night's rest. I don't know if anyone has impacted their saving throws yet. I think that's 3 exhaustion.
So I have 2. I'm at 2.
Yeah, 3 is disadvantage on attack rolls and saving
Oh,
throws.
for fuck's sake.
All right. If you did not get a good night's sleep, you simply do not recover any hit dice from the rest. So
Well rested
joke's
stack.
on you,
When it
and
comes
zero
to
hit
spells coming back on a short rest, that also means they don't come back?
no, they'll come back.
Oh, they do?
It's just it's just you're just trying to sleep well to get some hit dice back. So
So I got one hit dice back.
We can't spend them now, though.
Yeah, no, you have to spend them on a short rest. I mean, we could take a short rest right after camp.
We gotta
you
wait
spend
till the next day because we already used our 2. But
wait, so Maya, you succeeded with a 12 or
Don't we have advantage for bedrolls?
right? But any amount of advantage and any amount of disadvantage would balance out. Oh, but you drop 1 level exhaustion by sleeping, so that puts you at 2. So yeah, you would have made it.
No, I closed up my. I have.
Oh, okay,
my
fair
closed
enough.
wounds.
Yeah, yeah,
so
yeah.
I'm only at 2
Yeah,
right
then
now.
you're good. Then you're good. Okay. All right. There we go. Julian, you did not get a good night's sleep, but the night is at least over.
I'm
right.
going, when I wake up in the morning, I'm going to use my demigod sorcerer cure wounds to clear one of my levels of exhaustion, because that's due to
Okay.
wound.
Yeah, due to a wound. Got it. All right.
Keep in mind that we're only doing five points of healing for wounds, so you can go ahead and roll it and see if you get some HP in the process as well.
Okay.
If you roll really bad and it's not above 5,
Oh no, that's
No.
oh no.
All right.
Well, I'm gonna
let's-
roll gambling.
All right, do it. Do it.
I believe in you, Julian.
There you go.
Okay.
All right. So you remove it and heal 3 at the same time.
This is an innate. You're
All right. I'm gonna turn off this sad music. I'm gonna put on some less sad music, but it may be loud. So just giving everybody a heads up. Go. All right.
And also, at the risk of possibly making things more dour and possibly straining his relationship with Glorious, Julian will sort of, in a need to decompress, share with Glorious what happened and kind of express his exasperation at the group not wanting to make a decision, but also understands that he may be in the wrong and be an ass by choosing, on that last choice, like having chosen children over the Fae, when we specifically had a conversation as a group about trying to be better than the previous Dragonlords, about trying to protect the Fae and all that.
Both Lorius and Corinna listen to you recount the choice that had to be made. Both embrace you, and both share the opinion that if a choice had to be made, the children were the right choice.
Andronicus is similarly venting to Halise.
Halise,
He could do nothing.
aw, yeah, she also embraces you, and says, "It is cruel that they would force such choices upon you. But did you not think perhaps those choices were just a test, and that was all, to see if you had the courage to choose, and nothing more?"
Courage to make a wrong choice still results in a wrong choice.
But the journey that you wish to undertake will have many such choices, and they will not be a test. And the lives at stake will be real lives.
And we'll have to do better.
If you stood by, indecisive as you did during your trial, many would die. You know this, yes?
If I have the choice to choose who dies and choose who lives, I would choose no one to die.
Even if you died as a result?
Absolutely.
But that is not the choice that you made in Xander's trial.
I was incapable of making a choice.
sometimes we have to trust others to make those choices. Are these men and women worthy of your trust?
I suppose that will be seen.
She kind of snuggles against you and says, at least you did choose the children. It is what I would have chosen. If I had to choose.
He just leaves it at that.
Horn's kind of sitting with his legs dangling over the edge. Turns to Sibo, says, I feel like a coward, Sibo. In the end, we couldn't make a choice. Not even to leave.
I sit down, I'll cast Cure Wounds on Oren. As I pat him on the back. I got it. Oh no. That's I threw my back out. Threw my back out.
No. Oh?
Okay. Having spent a whole weekend taking these up the butt, I have more sympathy for you guys, but
I really hope you got 4 hit points.
It's, no, it's spell level. It's 8.
16 hit points? No, 8.
8. Yeah, so as Sibo walks up and he places a hand upon you and he tries to give you words of encouragement, he just sort of falls over. Hirak walks up and tries to stabilize him.
Or Hirak, give me advantage.
Oh no, Hirak made it. Hirak
You got
made
it.
it.
Okay.
Just barely. Just barely.
Oh no.
Where's my wound?
Oh my god. I stand by these rules. I played 3 sessions of them in the last week, okay? Yeah.
So we need to get you to a chiropractor.
It's okay. I now have 2 levels of exhaustion. Okay.
And we worked so hard to clear that one.
No, it didn't get off. It didn't get taken off.
All right, Hirak looks down at you and says, "You had to deal with great choices. I'm sorry, friend."
I think that the fact that we expected it was a test meant that the third option really wasn't on the table for us, and in a dire situation where the third option is viable, we would take it regardless of what state we were in.
We didn't take it then.
Because we realized it was, I mean, honestly, dying for a test is not the same as dying for the right cause. And I think that was always in the back of our minds, regardless of any conversation we were having.
That's my faith in our ability to determine what is just a test, or even to determine what is a right cause into question.
By the way, I'm saying all this over like 2 minutes because I'm actually still unconscious.
Oh, right.
I'm having a 2-word conversation with you. Very
Is this
slow.
like wibbly wobbly, timey wimey? Like this is the conversation you had before you were like, and
Yeah,
here's
yeah,
some
okay,
healing,
yeah, that
bro.
was-
Yeah, that
And then
was
you
good.
fall over. Oh, okay.
No, I think it's fair to be concerned over the choice that we made, but the fact that it was just a test, right? I mean, I'm not concerned with the choice we ended up making, because the fact that we went so far round and round meant that we recognized it was a test, but we also wanted to prove that we can make that decision when it isn't. I'm not concerned by our decision. I know that we'll make the right choice if that choice is viable in a real life situation.
Or will nod, but he still looks pained. But he'll stand up and kind of head back with you.
I try to help you up, and then that's where I throw my back out.
Mm. I'll get you a
As he falls to the ground, Kyra looks over at all of you and says, "So we still have to get back to town."
Look at your walking stick, Siba.
And also, Oren, I don't know how many times I have to tell you, my name is. No, wait, you got it right. You said it was chiropractor. That's right.
Yeah,
So
nice.
okay,
Nice.
all right. I could have sworn you said chiropractor, and I was gonna get so mad at you.
All right. I guess I need to see how long I'm out. Is that what?
I guess so.
2 hours.
I guess you live here now.
Sweet. I still have a cure wounds I could cast on someone.
You might need to cast it on yourself.
I know.
Corinna, can you just carry him? We gotta go. We can't just stay here forever. Like Damon's gonna try to charge us rent if we stick around too much longer.
Oh god, not more expenses.
Oh, and Dronikos, looking around, your familiar is nowhere to be seen. And then the tent flap opens up. And he comes in with a burden. It is wrapped in silks. And he has it sort of like hobo satcheled along his back.
That's adorable. Elpis.
He is excited. He sends excited feels towards you.
Okay, come here, and I hold out my arms for him to land in.
Okay, he does. And the burden he has with him is roughly the size of an American football.
I spike it. No, not really.
Oh, jeez.
Well, it's been that kind of session, so. All right. As you take the satchel from him, it is heavy, and you feel jolts of electricity, kind of shock you like static, as you touch it.
I have 1 HP. I fall in.
It doesn't do any damage. Just like when you're holding one of them orbs at the museum that makes your hair stick up. You know what I'm saying? It has that kind of.
Okay. I Gandalf in the Palantir style unwrap it from its cloth.
All right. There is a resplendent egg, metallic and bronze.
Okay, so
you feel from your familiar proud.
We're in a necropolis.
Mhm.
Technically, when we changed maps, I lost Elpis. The only thing that happened since then is a tomb of a dragon open. So I'm a wee bit nervous to accept this because I don't know if it counts as stealing.
Was Elpis flying from the direction of the tomb or from somewhere else?
Elpis, where did
We don't know, because Elpis, like, he was in the tent, and Elpis was like,
How big is the egg relative to Elpis?
where did you get this? I'm very. This is exciting, but I
Yeah.
need to know the provenance of this egg.
Because you would hear linked, he can communicate with you in more than just emotions. And so he says, grandmother gave it to him.
I suppose if it's a gift, it's acceptable.
A gift for you from grandmother.
From your grandmother. Is she here in the necropolis?
You get a sense of happiness from your familiar, and it says she's everywhere.
Relay my thanks, please.
All right, and exhausted, your familiar curls up and falls asleep. Because according to Jeremy Crawford, they do require food, sleep, and water.
So, do they still require food, sleep, and water if they've been like dispensed to their little pocket dimension?
Well, in their pocket dimension, obviously they have, like their needs met. So
They have
Like
like,
a
because they were they return to their home plane, right? Like when they're in
Or
pocket
so-
yeah, they have their studio
I'm not-
apartment in there.
for
Yeah.
exact. It just says you can temporarily dismiss them. But
Mhm.
okay. I'll get out some rations and sort of just feed it to him while he's on my shoulder taking a little doze.
Okay. Elise looks down at that and she gasps. Is that an egg?
It is.
She blushes and she says, "It's not yours, is it?"
No.
Oh.
Elise.
Last night, I thought you said you were safe. Andrew.
Oh man.
Oh no!
She says, "Can I touch it?"
Oh no!
I'll hold it out.
And Kyra blushes because she hears inside the tent. She hears Halise say, "Can I touch it?" And she starts sneaking up to the tent. And she makes a shush gesture to everyone.
All right, I heft my ball and I hand it over to Kyra. I mean to.
Oh.
Okay,
so
Halise
fortunate.
says, "Oh, it shocked me.
Yes, you have to be careful about that.
It's
Oh,
so
it's
big.
very heavy. It's so much heavier than it looks. I need both hands to hold it."
Jesus Christ.
Careful with it.
It's actually
somewhat-
quite rough when you touch it.
I wonder how it can be so warm and so hard at the same time. But it feels so fragile.
The mystery of life, I suppose.
Be careful, don't break it.
She leans against you and says, "This is very special. Thank you for sharing with me."
Quick.
At this point, Kyra's face has turned blue from holding in the laughter. Tears are just streaming down her face. Finally, the laughter escapes in a low, long, whistling fart. Andronicus, you hear it from the other side.
The tent in that spot.
All right. Julian, as everyone is packing up camp, your amulet, your locket, kind of opens, and a voice says, "Julian, it's been a while since we spoke. Do you have a moment?"
Yes, of course. And I will try and scurry somewhere where I will have privacy.
Okay.
I guess look like the edge of camp or something.
Oh, do you need this to be in secret chat or?
No,
Okay.
no, just like he's just gonna move away so he can hear clearly. Because I'm sure everyone's like making noises, like
Okay,
having
yeah.
breakfast and.
So
rummaging
I
around.
was there for your tough choice. And the way she says it, it was very dismissive. Like, that wasn't a tough choice. That was for fucking babies. So you a fucking baby now? But she doesn't say that, but you definitely felt that in the tone. You definitely felt that in the tone.
Julie just rolls
you-
his eyes at this.
You
She's like,
and your
"Come on, you know it
allies
wasn't
need
me."
to be made of sterner stuff. Your opponents would never hesitate for such an easy and simple test. These soft simpletons that you have surrounded yourself with, how will you ever restore glory and honor to the Dragonlords if you are bound by their soft hearts? I don't want to stand in judgment of you, grandson, but I am ashamed that it took so long for you to act. The only thing that redeems you in my eyes is that you, alone amongst your allies, had the courage to act and decide.
Well, grandmother, or do you prefer Nana, or how should I address you? I've been kind of curious about that.
You should just call me Katya. I don't feel grandmother really suits
Fair
me.
enough. Katya, I hear your words and I accept your approach. It was deserved. But I feel we need to strike a balance, and perhaps what they feel in their hearts can temper my desire to make a choice. And perhaps I can lead by example, assuming they would allow me to lead. We really haven't figured that part out. But you are right. We are faced with enemies that will be quick to act and probably not quite as bound up in morality as we are finding ourselves. But perhaps if you could give us some assistance, we might be in a better position to be able to act correctly, act forthrightly in the future.
I reserve what strength I am able to muster to watch over you. And you're lucky I do.
Well, you don't have to intervene directly, perhaps. Some guidance. Information or understanding. This whole business with the King of Mitros naming new Dragonlords and having his own dragons. What's that all about? Why can't we get ourselves dragons?
Well, you could go and ask him.
Andronicus, meanwhile, is holding a dragon.
Yeah, that's part of it, but also that was something that I'd wanted to ask for a while. It was like that was like sticking in my craws. Like, we're supposed to be the Dragonlords. Anyway.
If you need advice so
I'll go ask
badly, grandson, it is this. Rest, reflect, learn, and grow. And then grow up.
Yes, Katya. I will endeavor to grow up. Any other parting barbs?
No, I am proud of you, and continue to be so. I am not wrong about you. You have a bloodline that is literally liquid power. And when you come into it, you will be unstoppable. Just don't let these others drag you down.
I won't let them drag me down, because I will lift them up. How about that?
We will see.
True.
All right, and the light in the locket fades, and it closes.
Okay. Julian will keep his mouth shut, but he will make a mental note that he needs to bring up to the group that we need to go to Mitros at some point. Mitros.
I mean, like, I like 3/4 of us are from there. So I don't think
We are, but I want to get some dragons, goddammit.
So Julian, I think I found out why Valis goes for that Captain Fish Burger. Takes 2 hands to hold it. 2 hands. It's heavy.
Oh, come off it. It's not necessarily the size, it's what you can do with it. Plus,
I don't want to put nobody's business out there, but I heard that Valis is a size queen. I'm just gonna throw it out there.
well, that's her business and her preference, but
Yeah, you know.
size is... anyone who's got size on their side, they just sort of rely on that, nothing else. There's no creativity.
Yeah, well, you see, I find that the more refined a person pretends to be in public, the more raunchy they are behind closed doors. I'm saying. So,
That's probably...
this is really
I hope
comes
that this insider information about the goddess of wisdom doesn't color your reactions to her when you meet her. Like when you see her, I don't want you to think about the huge donkey dongs that she's into.
this
Oh,
is
hey, Andronicus, hey, oh,
comes
what?
out,
Did you sleep well?
and he says, "Oh, does that mean that Kira is just boring vanilla basic bitch in bed?"
Wow. Well,
Really? The goddess of trickery? You're right
Yeah,
with
that's
the
cachet.
biggest trick. The biggest trick of them all.
Ouch.
I mean, I wouldn't know. But you know, maybe you'll find out someday, Andronicos.
Well, that sounds like her.
You and that heavy, tingly package you're carrying.
No, you heard. And I.
Apparently, we couldn't.
Yeah. Helise
We're not
runs
here.
up and she says, "Oh, it is so beautiful. He let me see it and touch it."
I have no qualms against letting all of you see it.
Oh man, Karina, she runs away. Yeah, Karina screams out, "Baka!" and she
exhibitionist.
runs away. Yeah.
Andronicus, everyone, really?
I mean, I suppose you could take turns if you're more.
Lorius shoves Kyra out of the way.
I hold up my dragon egg.
Oh my god.
Oh! Lorius says, "Is that yours? Did you?"
No, Lorius. My Elpis fetched it for me. Says it was a gift.
Elpis laid an egg that big?
I believe it was given to him. He said it was a gift from his grandmother.
Whoa! You have a dragon egg.
Yes, Kira, I do.
And you just found it?
No, Elpis was given it by his grandmother.
The little yellow lizard got it?
Yes, the little yellow lizard got it. And I reach up and I give him a little chin scritch because he's still curled around the neck.
All right. She looks at Elpis, and Elpis looks at her, and she nods, and then Elpis nods, and then she nods, and then Elpis nods, and she says, "Checks out."
All right, so possibly related question: do I get to show people my egg for the first time every day when they forget that I have it?
Is that an OOC question? I guess you'll have to find out. Yeah. Well, you know how to take care of the egg, right? Like,
I have no idea. I will definitely need to find out.
Well, I mean, if you're concerned about taking care of it, clearly we need to have you sit on it.
no, he might break it. I mean,
I'm
look
not sure if that's
It was a dragon egg. I'm sure it's made of sturdy stuff.
Look at these thick thighs. Look at these thick thighs.
Swimmer thighs.
That's the last thing that egg's ever gonna see before it's an omelet.
It is slightly electric. Maybe it needs something along those lines. I'm not sure. I suppose I could consult the party lore master, see if he's read anything along these lines.
Yeah. Except he killed himself this morning.
Well, he does tend to do that.
Yeah.
He said he was so upset about how indecisive you guys were that he just couldn't deal with it anymore.
The camera pans over and it's just Sibo laying on his stomach while Orin and Iraq like massage his back.
Honestly, at this rate, I'm wondering who was going to die more times first, either Orin or Seabound.
Well, you just need to be careful who you show that thing to. That's all I'm saying. Don't go whipping it out like willy-nilly. And you got to keep it padded and safe. It's got to have air, to breathe. And it can hear everything that's happening around it. So just keep that in mind.
All right. So I want to test and see if. So obviously I'm not able to communicate with the egg, but I want to see if I can use Elpis as an intermediary to sort of figure out what the egg's needs are, since Elpis is more telepathic.
Okay. Elpis informs you that the being inside the egg has been in a state of magical hibernation for centuries. But now they have woken up and they are focusing on growing.
So he's going to come out like Captain America and be surprised that black people are eating at the lunch counter with him, or...
No, I mean, he wasn't... It wasn't born yet, so it wouldn't have any memories of a life that, yeah.
They don't put them in the eggs first.
Yeah. It's like you have the only Benjamin Button dragon in the world. So yeah. It's got a reverse age to an appropriate size for you to ride.
That's an interesting plot point.
No. Yeah, it doesn't have any memories because it's never been born, but it has been.
So it sensed the passage of time, but not
right.
what was going on. Okay. That's So other than waking up and focusing on growing, like, does it communicate any way that I'm able to assist it, or?
I mean, it's an unborn baby inside an egg, so it pretty much just knows I gotta eat this yolk and get big. That's pretty much what it knows.
Okay.
It is cold right now. Doesn't like how cold it is.
Okay, that's what I was gonna say. I'm gonna have Elpis sort of run like constant.
Oh, Elpis is like your Tamagotchi interface.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
yeah.
All right.
Tamagotchis, jeez.
Don't forget to feed it and clean up the poop.
Yeah, I hope Elvis doesn't have
Egg,
Tamagotchi.
so it is included, and its poop is self-contained.
Okay, this
I was
is
just trying to make
attracting the
Tamagotchi
attention
references.
of all of your NPCs are up in this business now.
Corinna, you can come back. It's okay.
Dragon
Okay.
egg, it's not.
Yeah,
just,
she ran really far away and hid so that she wouldn't have to see your package. But then she comes running back, and she's like over the moon excited for you.
Not sure bringing out the electric eel, but.
Oh, is that one of its many names?
The electric eel. Kyra pulls out her book and writes that one down. So. Okay. You guys ready to head back to civilization?
Well, I'm gonna, I suppose, forage around for things to keep the egg warm while we go outside to where it's fucking cold.
Okay.
Can we go with short rest first?
If you need help keeping it warm, let me know.
Just woke up.
No, I mean
Sacrifice-
like a mechanical short rest because it's a new
Kyra
game.
digs through her sequin mini backpack and she pulls out a baby parka. And she's like, put this on it.
Kyra, firstly, that is adorable.
Mhm.
Secondly, thank you.
Mhm.
And I'll take it and I'll put it on the egg.
Mhm.
Oh, and you called her Kyra.
She didn't say no.
Well, you called her. That's what she
No,
wants.
Kyra's the
I
right
always-
name. Kira is the goddess.
No,
As you put it on and you start to button it up, you hear a gasp from Halise, and she says, "Kyra, inappropriate." And as you turn the egg around, emblazoned on the back of the baby parka is Pussy Slayer.
That was quick embroidery.
And she says, "It was on sale, so it's."
Understandably, I'll wrap a cloth around it so the Pussy Slayer part is hidden.
Yeah, okay. Curse of Coals.
We've all been there.
You find the perfect shirt, and then you turn it around, and you're like, "Oh."
It's like $3 though, so you're like, I'll just wear it around the house,
All right, you can at level now that you are on the cusp of level 5, and you've already traveled this route. You can travel by the normal means of me rolling a d12 twice per day to check for random encounters, and then having to camp a night. Or you can do a skill trial and try to get back to town that way.
Skill trial while we're all full of exhaustion.
I mean, it's another Sophie's Choice. You can name the episode Sophie's Choice, because they just ain't stopping.
God.
They just ain't stopping tonight. When you go to level up, there's going to be a pop-up window.
Sophia.
Yeah,
So
the
Sophia's
pop-up window is
choice?
going to say, do you give up your fate point or your inspiration points for the rest of the campaign? Like, it's just going to be more and more of these horrible choice for like the rest of the night.
Can we take a mechanical short rest though, real quick?
Would you never again eat in your life pizza or tacos?
Tacos.
You know, like this. Yeah, there's going to be tough questions all night.
Assuming that we haven't again rested by the time 2 hours hits, I'm gonna cast this other Cure Wounds on
All right.
myself.
Now, there are pros and cons. Obviously, you are riding the edge of, like, will we have random encounters? What will those random encounters be? Will we get wiped out? But you get the benefit of possibly getting to camp, but you also get the problem of camping that you might get jumped in the middle of the night. Whereas, if you opt for the travel, and you fail, you'll more than likely get jumped by a random encounter anyways. But if you succeed, depending on how well you succeed, you could gain benefits from the success, or simply just skip all of the hassle of traveling.
I mean,
So-
if both cases, the worst is that we get in a random encounter. One of them we get it with the chance of camping beforehand. The other one, we don't have a chance of camping beforehand.
Mhm.
I mean, right now we're kind of beat up.
I think we take a short rest right now, and then we do the camping way back.
The camping way back, or the
Yeah,
the
I'm for camping on our way back.
Okay. All right.
Sounds good. All right,
We're all in agreement. If we don't need a poll, then let's do it. Let's short rest and
RNGesus,
then
take
head
the
out.
wheel.
Wait,
All
we're
right.
taking a short rest first.
Okay,
Wait.
take your short rest first.
Has it been 2 hours? Or because I need to know. If
By
I-
now, with the baby shower and all that, yeah, it's been 2
Okay,
hours.
alright.
You gasp awake with 1 hit point and a very sore back.
Okay.
Orin is next to you. He's patting your back. Okay.
You did good.
Okay, so quick question.
Yeah.
Does Sibo, do you need some assistance, or are you good for healing? Are you going to heal yourself?
Shit, I'm not DM.
I plan on healing whoever else needs healing.
Hey,
Okay, just like you didn't have any hit points left, so I thought you were going to use like your other.
You did.
Yeah, I did. Yeah. I wanted to make sure I could do that before we started the rest. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, you're good.
I got well rested. Am I able to use that to cancel out the wound that I have? I'm not sure what we settled on for well rested rules.
You can get 1 stack of well rested. It can soak 1 incoming exhaustion. And if the exhaustion would have been caused by a wound, it will auto close the wound.
Okay.
And Dom could correct me if that was misspoken, but
That's perfect.
okay.
That's exactly what it is. Yep.
Oh, yeah!
There you go. There you go.
And then it was my innate one, so no burnout rolls. Yes.
All right, who was that for? That was for you.
Yeah, that's for me.
All right, I'm gonna hit Maya with 1. Well, no, this is after the rest. Never mind. Sorry, we have to rest first. Ignore
Okay.
me. Ignore me. Ignore me.
All right. So you guys gain the benefits of a short rest.
Okay.
You do at one point during the short rest see Damon appear at the edge of the bridge, and he just sort of is staring at you guys, like Ghost of Christmas Future style.
Wants to stick it off his lawn.
All right.
Yeah.
You wouldn't happen to have any potions
Get
on
off
you,
my
would you?
lawn.
He
Like,
just
we
sort
just, we
Yeah.
just destroyed Damon into breaking his vow silence.
Yeah, right.
he just sort of stares at you. Yeah.
All right, I tried. Maya, that's your 10.
All right. Thank you. I'm gonna take 5 and close my head wound.
Oh God, so you have
I know, I'm risking
a
it.
brace next to your back,
I'm
ready to
risking
start compressions.
Oof. All
Well,
right.
I'm no longer bloodied, and I'm no longer exhausted.
You
Hot
did
day.
your pre-warm-up stretches, right?
Fantastic.
All right. Andronicus, I want to give the last one here to you.
Oh,
Bazinga.
I still have 3 closed
Is
wounds.
that your magic word?
Right?
Bazinga?
Bazinga. Ah, I knew it was coming. Knew it was coming, Crash. Hit me. Hit me.
Do it. Do it.
God.
Hit me. Hit me. I want you to hit me. Do it.
And of course.
That's, all,
Oof.
that's okay. That's okay.
4.
It's not 8 this time.
All right. I'm at 27 out of 28 hit points since my hit points
Nice.
are fucking garbage now.
Oh shit. Well, I'm gonna have to sell the Yeti parts.
Well, that's more hit points than I have. But yes,
So-
that was the plan, to sell all the Etipots. That will be
Yeah,
that'll be
but
enough
I'm
to get you out of Hawk with the money lender.
level up expenses now.
Yeah, it's 40
Oh,
gold.
shit.
40 gold in 2 weeks.
I mean, yeah.
The Yeti parts we have is worth around 500 gold, though.
Wait, Corinna looks around and she's like, "Wait, we have to pay to level up?"
Yeah,
And you see her counting her meager coins that she has earned.
she's getting commission for the. She's getting like 10% for the.
20% commission for the.
I was about to say, I thought it was
20%. Whoa,
20%.
hold on there. Slow your
I
roll
was
there.
pretty sure you said 20, but if we want to
I said 10 to 20. All right. So
Okay.
20 is on the high end. That's like good
20,
performance.
okay, well then 15.
All right. Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, 15.
All right.
All right, let's move out.
Okay. You guys go to the Bridge of Ice. Unless you have special business there, I will roll to see if anything harasses you.
Big Yeti still there.
Yeti.
You are okay.
Oh my god.
You pass the Bridge of Ice.
Oren, I'm beginning to wonder about your sanity. If you're still wanting to go after this big fucking Yeti.
Now, you do notice, Peaceful Trade and Survival, as you are crossing the bridge, you do see very obvious claw marks where the creature has climbed out of the pit.
Don't worry, guys. If we come across them, I'll keep them away like I did before.
All right. You continue your journey.
I would like to insight Sibo.
Okay. All right. So from where you are, which is the Necropolis of Telemach, it is closer to go to the Mithril Forge. So do you want to go to the Mithril Forge, or do you want to go to Astoria?
Well,
Is it
we
possible?
do need to
Well,
drop off
forward
the
to-
axe and the shield.
Okay. All right.
We also need to get those identified. But
I mean, I
We can do that the next
I can
time
do
we
that on a
bed
short-
down for the night.
Yeah, I can ritual cast it.
we won't. I mean, there's no reason to worry about it until we get to the.
The day is uneventful. The only interesting thing that you see is high overhead. Very, very high up. It's a bird. It's a plane. It is a trio of griffins.
Oh.
Since none of you have actual horses with you, they do not seem to take any interest, and they are also very high up, and they continue along their way. Perhaps it is the great numbers that you were traveling in, but they kind of lower their altitude enough to sort of see what you're working with, and then think better of it and wing up and away.
They don't get within 120 feet, do they?
No.
Okay, just making sure.
Okay.
Because if
Based on
they
about
if they get
130.
if they get that close, I might like fire off a warning shot or
Oh,
something.
no. Like 500 feet up. Like,
Okay.
yeah. All right. In that case, if you are willing to push it, you guys should be able to roll up into the Mithril Forge since you're heading straight there and not taking any detours. Late tonight.
Yeah, I think getting
All
there-
Yeah, if we can do that, that'd be awesome.
Getting there faster.
Yeah,
would be
rather,
better.
yeah.
Let's do it.
All right. You arrive at 11 p.m. at the Mithril Forge.
Nice.
Okay. We should have a Mithril Forge map. Okay.
Anybody
Yeah, so-
against doing a short rest before we do our evening?
So the dwarfs see the state that you guys are in, and Vulcan sees the state that you are in, and he just says, "Oh, you're beat to shit.
Look so good yourself.
Did you succeed then at what you set out to do?"
Actually, Oren, if you'll present,
I present the sack.
yes,
You fanfare it.
yes, I will sort of Vanna White it up and be like, Oren, if you'll present the sack, let's show Vulcan what we won, and so like bring things out in, and sort of like a woo ah, do the whole hand gesture thing, and then lay it out. in
Well,
front
we
of
got
us.
depression, but we also got all this armor and
Oh.
gear.
Okay. Yeah, he does kind of look at you and say, You do seem a bit more down than normal.
I haven't died recently, if that's what you're asking.
Oh my god, hold on. I'm so not used to using Groovy too. It's like my kryptonite. There we go. All right, so he takes a look, and he lets out a low whistle through his beard, and he's like, "Oh, I haven't seen you in a long time." He picks up the breastplate and he kisses it.
I want to watch that first. It was on a Minotaur.
No,
Oh, come off it.
Oh, which Minotaur was it?
I think we got his name.
I don't think.
Yeah, I'll subscribe to him. About yay high, blue.
Xander's guardian.
Blue, you say? Oh, Graxus. It's a shame what happened to him.
What is that?
Yeah, what happened? Because he seemed to be, well enough when we saw him last.
I'm not really the sort to spread people's business around. You can ask, what's that lady's name? Karen, or whoever you travel with. I'm sure she'd love to dish on someone's dirty laundry.
You mean Kyra?
Oh, yes. Anyways,
Kira.
What? Hush.
Whatever works for you. So this here armor, this is some fine work. Would you like me to tell you what it does?
Absolutely.
Okay.
If you could tell us about everything that we were able to obtain, that would be tremendous.
All right. He's actually excited to do so. So yeah. He's actually more interested in doing this than most of the things that you guys try to get him to do. He says, it's simple and it's effective. This is the breastplate of relentless endurance. It's, what's the best way for me to say this and still sound like I'm in character? Fuck it. It's +1, and it increases your charisma by 1 while you're wearing it. Further, giants and titans are gonna have disadvantage on all their attacks against whoever is attuned to this here armor.
Julian's going to look at Orin.
I still haven't decided.
Sivo puts his breastplate back on then.
He looks at the axe and he says, "Oh, it's been a long time since I've seen that hateful thing. This is Xander's axe. He brought it with him from his homeland. It's a very powerful weapon that bears a deep hatred for giants and their kin.
Yes, I sort of felt that.
As luck would have it, titans are a type of giants.
Oh, nice.
So it came in handy for him. In game terms, this is a +1 battle axe with its own intelligence, wisdom, and charisma, goals, and alignment. It's lawful neutral, and it will communicate with its owner or anyone who's willing to listen by communicating empathetically, transmitting its emotions to you. If you don't do what it says, it will try to force you to do what it wants if it feels that you are not making it happy. The axe's primary purpose is to destroy giants and titans, period. When you hit one of the creatures described with this weapon, you will deal an extra 3d6 force damage. It also transmits a tremendous sense of satisfaction, like you just ate a Snickers bar. And well-being to its user if you kill a giant or titan to reward you for good behavior. It will heal you 1d6 hit points whenever you kill a giant or titan.
Oh my god.
Oh, wow.
Pavlov's you.
So yeah, Pavlov's adventurer.
Yeah.
And the worst alignments for a sentient weapon to have, to be fair.
That's true.
Yeah. Like Vulcan looks at it and says, are we in such a dark place that you need to see the light again, old friend? just kind of like hands the axe off to one of his assistants. Take that to my workshop. Needs repairs.
I was gonna argue for melting these down and reforging them like the shield, but with the weapon it just feels like murder at that point. Like even if I don't support using the weapon, I'm still not sure that I support destroying it either.
Oh, now this is so beautiful. And he holds up the lion shield, and he kind of starts like petting it and like scritching it under the chin. It makes like a purring sound.
Oh, it's not.
Oh, you're all beat up, aren't you, buddy? Oh, don't worry. We'll get you all fixed up. Don't worry. Don't you worry. We'll get you all fixed up. This golden shield has a lion engraved on the front. Once you're attuned to it, 3 times per day, as a bonus action, you can cast Thunder Wave.
Oh, damn.
This will be accompanied by the mighty roar of a lion from the animated lion carving. It's pretty dope. Further, get ready. The severed head of any medium or smaller creature can be affixed to the front of the shield by wedging it into the lion's mouth. If you do this, the user can then spend an action to activate the head and gain the benefit of one of the creature's traits or abilities for up to 5 rounds.
It's super fucking cool.
Spellcasting of any kind will not work, so it can't steal innate spellcasting. This ability can only be used once per day, and once used, the head will disintegrate into ash. That sounds like a pretty cool item, right? We're not done. While holding this shield, the user has advantage on all initiative rolls and all wisdom perception checks. We're still not done. In addition, while holding this shield, the user can also understand and speak the draconic tongue. Now we're done.
Jesus Christ. Like a sentinel shield mixed with a fucking... What the heck?
It's insane.
I feel like Maya should get that.
And he passes it off
True.
to his assistants, and then
It's
he
gotta be fixed
says,
first.
"Oh, let's see. Crown of the Dragonlords. Oh, I haven't seen these in a while. I'll be honest, these aren't that great." He explains to you that the crown requires attunement, and in attuning to it, it gives you access to 2 spells that you wouldn't normally have access to unless you're like a paladin of the Dragonlord Pact or Oath.
Oh, hey.
Yeah, so it is Bond of the Dragonlords and Dirge of the Dragonlords.
Oh, okay.
Now, if you are a spellcaster and you attune to it, they are added to your list of known spells without hurting your known spells. If you are a Wizrobe, they are added to your memorized spells permanently while you're attuned to it. If you are not a spellcaster, let's see. If you're not a spellcaster, then as long as you're wearing the crown, you can cast Bond of the Dragonlords. But once you cast it, you must finish a long rest before you can cast it again. You still require the material components for both spells. So really, you just wear this, and then when you need to use it, you would attune to it as part of like the ritual and ceremony. But like gameplay-wise, unless there's some mechanic in play that rewards you for being attuned to something, it's a pretty shitty item to be attuned to because it doesn't really provide anything that you could use.
In a moment.
So
Yeah.
I get that stuff for free with my subclass. But if Julian's also looking to go down that Dragonlord route,
Now, status-wise,
Probably get
this would mark you as a Dragonlord. Like if you wore this out in public, this is like wearing a MAGA hat. You know what I'm saying, dude? You're making a statement. You're making a big statement.
Looks.
Yeah. Now, I'm not saying it's like a MAGA hat. You're going to make some bad statements, but you are going to make a bold statement if you wear
Yeah,
this out in
that's the
public.
thing, though. Is like it doesn't matter. It's an extreme stance.
If it'd be like me wearing a hat out in public that said, "If you're reading this, know that I could kick your ass, and I drive a Ferrari." Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, extreme statement.
That'd be, yeah, it's a lot to fit on a hat, but that's basically what this hat said. You wear it out in public.
So were both of the headbands that same deal?
Yep, they are both crowns of the Dragonlord. Yep.
I feel like we should just wear that the next time we meet Gaius.
It's a newly hatched
totally.
Dragonlord. You can't. Oh, you mean just to intimidate him?
Yeah, just be like, "Hey, sup?"
Okay. I thought you meant to like try and capture his Pokemon. You know.
Oh no.
Can't do that. You know.
When we see Gaius, and has he had like a crown or something like this similar?
No.
No.
The secret to crafting these may have been lost to time.
So effectively, I don't because of my oath. I don't need that. I'm assuming that I feel like Gaius probably has the same sort of providence for his spells.
Maybe. I mean, you did get some paladin vibes off of him for sure.
Okay.
Keeping in mind that in 5th edition, paladins can be any alignment, and we don't really care about alignment. We care about actions and deeds, etc., etc. So,
I looked down at my character sheet, and that definitely means he's at least 15th level, judging by the size of his dragon.
Nice.
that would have been a rough diplomatic meeting if things had gone a different way. Yeah.
Yeah, if somebody tried to put a mustache on his face or something.
Oh, Jesus
Thank
Christ!
God,
Yeah.
it's only a 10-foot spell.
So, anywho, Vulcan does inform you that he's going to make the repairs of the axe and the shield his #1 priority, but it will take him at least a week to repair each one.
Hey, that's convenient.
And don't stress the cost. It is a pleasure to work with those two again.
They got a nice business relationship.
So the breastplate didn't need repaired. Then it was fine.
Nope.
Okay,
Yeah.
so who do we want to give the breastplate to?
Well,
I think
it's
Orin
not
does
just a
it.
question of who would be best to use it, but also who wants to use it.
So I feel like the only troublesome item is the axe. And I don't really think anybody should use that.
I mean, Sibo would be grateful to use the axe.
Everybody's a giant to you. I feel like you're just going on killing.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
what I'm
it's
saying. Yeah.
It has to be their scientific family.
all right.
Yeah.
Well, then
yeah.
never mind. I think
Maybe
it's
you could have a chat with the sentient axe. You know, maybe get him to expand his hatred to medium size.
exactly. Yeah. Hey, look
Show
at
him the
me.
light of the halfling.
If you find a medium-sized giant, like a Furbolg or a Goliath, absolutely.
Show him the Jeremy Crawford in his large category is BS.
All right.
All right, so I think the shield should definitely go to Maya, though. I think it complements.
Yeah, the
Well, here's
sacrificing.
the thing, though. Can Maya wield
I can't-
it? Because
I can't.
it's...
Metal.
She
It's
has she has taken vows against metal equipment.
Well, probably not Maya then.
Yeah.
We both have magic shields, don't we, though, Orin?
We
Yeah,
do.
everyone's got a magical shield.
No, Sibo
Sibo doesn't have one. Sibo doesn't have one.
But you,
was
you
that
should just
shield
give me
a
one.
plus
You should give me one of
Crash?
yours, and one of you take it though. Like,
Yeah, was that a +1 shield as well, Crash?
Oh no. That is one of the only things it doesn't have going for it.
Okay.
So so I'm sitting at 19 AC. Sibo, you're at 19. Orin, are you also at 19?
I do have 19. Yeah.
Okay, so that doesn't. Also, if I gave my magic shield to Sibo, he'd have a 20 AC.
Yep.
Damn.
That's pretty fucking dope.
All right. Let's.
This goes to my low center of gravity.
Okay, max HP. What are you at, Sibo?
Wait, what? What do you mean max? Oh, max HP, 36.
Okay, so when I have all my hit points, I'm higher than that.
Yeah.
So I feel like we should make the higher AC be for the one that has less hit points.
I mean, I'm fine with that. I honestly don't care either way. Whatever you guys think makes the most sense.
You are a warlock, and so you have shit all spell slots. So having
I do.
underway might be nice.
I do.
Yeah, I'd say we let Sibo have it.
I will not argue.
So
All right.
the shield.
Well,
You guys-
so hold on. You said you wanted to boost his AC, but giving him that shield won't boost his AC. That'll just give him more tools in the toolbox.
Yeah, we're just more compensating for his.
That's true. That's true. Like, it's not really up to you though. I mean, whatever you. I mean, you guys have 2 weeks to decide.
Also, we can see if it works and rotate later if it doesn't make sense.
That's
later.
true. Attunement, attunement can be broken and then reapplied to someone else. Absolutely.
But we should probably make a decision and stick with it, since our last trial we took like 4 hours to make a decision. So.
Aw.
All right, Sibo, shield, Sibo.
All of you took 4 hours, and then I had to make.
Dragonlord headband. I have a headband in the process of being made, but it's not made yet, so I'll take the other Dragonlord headband. What's left? The axe? Nobody.
Agreed.
All right. Fucking decision.
Why are we so opposed to using the axe? That's a potential useful tool.
If you want, you could have you could ask Vulcan to take your heirloom and affix it to the headband, and then we just change the headband to be your heirloom since you already have those spells anyways.
Yeah, actually, yeah, that's a great fucking idea.
Okay.
We should probably just do that.
Okay. Then he will take the stuff from you and get it done.
Does that add another week, or is that more of a?
Yeah. He'll get it done. He'll get it done. As he looks at you, he says, "It's a pleasure to help you out there, Dragonlord."
It's a pleasure to be helped, Lord of the Forge.
All right. Off in the distance, you see that many dwarves and some gnomes have come to Mithril Forge to work. It is now qualifies as a full sanctuary.
Nice.
You could take your long rest here if you were so inclined, or you could return to Astoria.
I mean, I would like to take it here, but that is a decision that I'll let other people decide.
All right.
Are you insane? Why don't we just go back to Astoria? We can stay to Palace again.
My player really likes Vulcan.
My player.
Ooh, what?
It did not register so late.
Andronicus, I maintain you need your head examined.
All right.
I was laying around for 3 hours with an open fucking head wound, so you're probably right.
Since it is a settlement, you can't camp here per se, but you could automatically succeed at sleeping here. So that's a thing that works out. So
Are any of the dwarves here? Oh, sorry. Are any of the dwarves here interested in buying some Yeti harvesting?
Yeah, sure. They'd be willing to buy your guys' stuff to build stuff. They will pay you the prices that were described to you when you got the items.
Okay, so OOC, how are we? So we're paying Corinna for her role in harvesting.
15% of whatever we make off of the ingredients that she harvests.
Okay.
I feel like that should just be sort of like a permanent addition to her contract.
Agreed.
Whatever she gets paid, and then plus, in addition, commission.
Agreed.
So are we then going to use what's left over to pay the rest of our followers, and then to cover our costs for leveling up, or how are we going?
Yeah, I think we should pay the followers first, and then see if we have enough to level up, and hopefully we do.
Yeah, so from the Yeti selling all the parts, it'll be 525 drachmae. 78 of that will go to Corinna, so she can stop being sad about being poor, and then we'll pay the other ones their meager wages. If they want to make more, they can start being more useful.
I mean, you're right.
That was uncalled for.
So
It's been a rough night. It's been a rough night.
It's
fine.
It's 525 is what we plus,
25,
Yeah, 525 was the value.
and then 78 was for Corinna.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then calculate whatever it is that we pay people, I guess.
I mean, it's measly.
Yeah.
24 total, not including Kyra.
All right, and then it's like 40 for each of us to level up.
No, we're good.
Yeah, you should be fine.
Yep.
And the rest will be left in the party fund, right?
Yeah, we should be left, after paying everybody and leveling up, we should be left with 222 in the fund.
Does that compute, Sibo?
Please give me a moment. I'm still just calculating everything.
Oh, okay.
He's got his billfold out. He's thumbing through the.
He's got the green visor on. He's got the ticker tape calculator going. The adding machine.
Okay.
All right. Since you actually paid her some decent wages, she could afford to level up. So she will actually level up.
Who's leveling up now?
Corinna.
Well,
nice.
Is anybody else ready to level up?
She actually deals real damage now instead of a small static amount.
Instead of just 2.
Are these other ones ready to level up? Lorius?
I mean, if they have wages to pay for it, sure.
Well, I mean, if they have something to spend it on, of course I can give them some money.
We'll front their level up costs too. I feel like that's something
okay.
Appropriate. Assuming that we pay
We
for
should
it.
definitely level up Elise.
Yeah, each of them needs 20 gold for leveling, and then okay.
We gotta level up Kyra, of course, too.
The centaurs cannot level yet, so.
All right, so that's Elise and Lorius.
Yeah.
All right, so I'll take another 40 off there, so we're down to 182.
Kyra's like, I was thinking about Hexblade, maybe.
I mean, that probably combos really well with a bard.
Yeah.
And Crash, you just said we just get we're able to succeed at sleeping. So do we get well rested, or is that from?
Yeah, you guys get well rested, and you get a hit die back, as per the normal stuff. If you're only staying for the night, then moving on to Astoria, that's what we would do. You would just have a successful night of sleep, and then you move on.
Is there anybody here that can cast Greater Restoration on me to get my hit points?
Not even close.
Not yet.
Maybe.
Oh, I didn't mean you guys. I know you guys can't, but I don't know if there's any NPCs around.
Oh, that's fucking weird.
Okay. At some point, I know we've kind of passed this, but Oren will find the others. We'll say that I've thought about it, and we made the decision as a group, and I think we should stick by our choices. And in that regard, I won't handicap us in our endeavors by refusing to use the equipment that we got by way of by making those choices. So if it is fit for me to wear the breastplate, then I will wield it.
Yeah, I think that's a good plan. So breastplate to Oren, shield to Sibo, axe to Vulcan, I guess. And then headband.
Oren will add, he'll say, and by using everything at our disposal, I mean everything. And I'll kind of push up the headband. You can see that his left eye has been replaced with I don't even know, it's like a purple orb with it's kind of a crystalline slit in the middle of it.
Oh,
Which
sweet.
now part.
Is there
Blow up my token.
yeah, is there art for oh, that's fucking dope!
Oh shit, man!
Nice.
Going to you though, he pulls it back down. Not in cities though. I don't want to be burned at the stake.
That's fair. So I'm just gonna
A couple other things do happen here, so I'll try to run through them quickly.
Oh, I wanted to ask, does my dragon egg like the heat in this more, or does it more like Or is it too hot for it?
It seems to be a fan of a very Mediterranean climate, you know? Like, yeah. Dad wants you to keep the thermostat at 70 year-round, so... Okay.
Other fancy...
Do you show Vulcan the egg?
Ooh.
Okay, so Nathan wants to show Vulcan the egg.
Okay.
After Kira's warning, I don't know if Andronicus would, though.
Okay.
He definitely wouldn't want to show it to Sexy Snake Lady.
All right.
But so I suppose if there's an
I mean,
opportunity...
she lays eggs. I mean, she might have advice for you.
That's true, but she lays fire eggs, not lightning eggs.
That's true. It's true.
I suppose if I see an opportunity where she is sufficiently distracted and Vulcan is alone, I'll broach the subject with him.
All right, so let's see. Pause. Clear. Play. Resume. All right. So, a couple things happen. Maya.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Mithril Forge. Talk to Vulcan. Super late at night. They show you to some very comfy stone beds with Spartan, furnishings, a pillow, a blanket. That's about it. You settle in. You find yourself in the Old Wood. You are alone. You have no idea where the rest of the party is.
Okay.
It is dark, and you hear a low, undulating, hissing sound. This is normally a comfort to you, and you immediately feel for your snakes. You feel the wince of pain as you touch the two bloodied stumps that you created. And the other snakes sort of nip at you and sort of shy away from you as you reach for them. But the sound you hear is larger. You see briefly a shiver, a undulating form moving between the trees. You hear the rasping of its scales against the bark. It continues to circle you as a mist, heavy, begins to roll in to the forest.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll keep an eye on it.
All right. As you kind of stand your ground, you do sense that the creature that is out there is hunting you.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Just looking around, I'm just in the Old Wood. There's just trees and there's a mist. I guess I will find a tree, the closest tree, and get a little bit closer to it, and try and keep my senses out to see if I can see, hear, or feel where it's coming from. Try and pinpoint it.
As you press your back up against the tree, your ears, the multitude of them that you have, kind of pick up the sound of a second serpentine creature prowling the woods and hunting you. You also feel with your hand that the tree behind you is smooth, like stone. And not at all shaped like a tree.
I'll turn to see what I'm leaning against.
As you turn, you find yourself face to face with a statue of Ohlen. It is extremely lifelike. His face is defiant, his mouth open in a scream. The sculptor has sculpted each and every tooth in his mouth. The bumps of his tongue. It is exquisite in its craftsmanship.
I'm gonna look around at all the other trees. Are they?
The slithering sound continues. A low rattle, a hiss.
Can I tell where it's? So it's coming from all around. I can't tell exactly where it's coming from.
Correct.
Okay. I'll see if I can. Looking around, do I see anything else other than the statue of Orin?
You see that you're in the old wood. It is, there's fog, and you could hear something in the fog hunting you. Two somethings, large and serpentine.
I can tell. Can I tell like the two things apart? Like once I hear one, I know it's where it's at, and the other one, I hear that one. Do I know where it's
They
at?
seem to be keeping themselves 180 of you. Judging from the sounds and that you hear, and the glimpses that you have caught, they are large enough that you are in a ring formed by their bodies.
Okay. I'll call out and say who's out there.
I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
All right. I don't have my thing open. Wisdom save.
Okay. You take a deep breath, summon your courage, and you call out, demanding who is there. You hear the sound of two women laughing. It's interspersed with the raspy hissing of serpents, but it is unmistakable. It is two grown women, and they are taunting you with their laughter.
Do I have my mask near me?
As you look around for it, it is nowhere to be found.
Okay.
And then one of the voices calls out from the fog. Little orphan, did you lose something? Here. Maybe this is it. And something comes soaring out of the mist, clumps down against the leaf-strewn floor of the forest, and rolls to your feet. Looking up, you see the handsome face of Julian on this dismembered stone head.
Okay. Looking at that, I'll look up to where it came from to see if I see what threw it over here.
Peering into the mist, it is thicker than ever. At this point, you can barely see the outline of the trees themselves.
I guess she'll call out. I guess since now she's seen Julian, she's seen Orin. I guess she'll call out to like Andronikos and Sibo.
You just hear the mocking laughter of the two women. No one's coming for you, orphan. You will die alone. Your destiny is always to be alone.
She'll call out and say, "Who are you? What have you done?"
You hear your voice kind of carry through the fog. and all at once, two massive fanged serpents burst forth from the fog and just begin to devour you. The pain is excruciating, but you do awaken. You are in the stone bed. You are in the mithril forge.
When she wakes up, she'll like check her body, check to see if she has her mask, check her head.
The mask is there. You wince in pain as you touch the two bloodied stumps. You are alone in the tiny, like 8-foot by 5-foot cell that serves as a room.
She'll get up, look out, and see if there's anybody else out there, outside the room. Like if there's like people walking around, dwarves or.
Yeah, you look left, you look right. It's very late at this point. You don't see anyone.
So, like, is this the room that like I went to go to sleep?
Yeah, this is the one that was given to you to sleep in.
And would I know if like where Julian and everybody and
yeah, they were going to be in nearby rooms.
Okay, so I'll go and check on their rooms, just to peek, see if they're there.
Certainly. So, Andronikos, as you've turned in for the night, did you tuck your egg in to its little parka or open its parka to make like a little soft bed for it?
Absolutely.
Okay. Elpis kind of curls around the egg to kind of serve as a sentry. Yeah. And as you fall asleep, you open your eyes and you are on the beach. It is one of your favorite beaches. The sand is white to the point that it is almost like diamond dust. It is so resplendent in the afternoon sun. You hear the familiar sound of your wife and children playing in the water. And you look over and see them.
It's like, does it feel?
This is the realest dream you've ever had.
Okay, but I do know what has happened to them. Like, it's not like I'm in the dream, don't know that they're gone.
It's entirely up to you.
Okay.
But they sort of look over, and one of the kids says, "Father's awake," and they just kind of wave at you excitedly. Come to the water.
Yeah, I'll run over towards them, laughing, scoop one of them up, do the dad thing where I throw them farther in the water.
Yeah. They squeal with delight, and of course, upon hitting the water, do like a radical like triple front flip under the water and then swim back towards you. Your wife looks over at you, and there is adoration and love painted across her face. She approaches you. She intertwines her webby fingers with yours and leans her head against your shoulder. And she says, "This is just a perfect day, my love."
He just sighs contentedly and wraps an arm around her.
You hear your own voice, Andronikos, behind you. And it says, "You know this is a lie."
He reaches up and just wipes his cheeks, and they come away wet. He turns around but it's a beautiful.
As you go to turn, your wife kind of grabs you like fiercely and kind of turns you and she says, "What's wrong? You seem troubled."
He'll just look at her and say, "We'll get back to this. I promise."
No, you've been asleep. Now you're with us. Let's enjoy the day, my love. There's later and tomorrow for other things. Here and now is for us, for you.
So like looking around, does there appear to be any sort of like physical exit to this?
This is just a small island that you and your family would frequent when they wanted to kind of get away from the pressures of Mitros. It was, relatively short swim off the coast. And you can even see this. You can even see the city of Mitros off in the distance, lit by the afternoon sun.
So in the midst of my my children's playing, I'll sort of scoop them up and give them a little side hug with my wife still on the other side. And then I'll give her hand a hard squeeze and then just close my eyes and picture where I know I'm actually at.
All right. As you open your eyes, you're in the warm stone room. You see Maya standing in the doorway. She looks distressed.
Similarly to how I did in the dream, and Andronicus wipes off his face again, and then looks over at Maya. And, everything all right?
Just wanted to check if you guys were okay.
So I mean, obviously, I was just troubled. Troubled being a relative term, I guess. By my dreams, is there a way I can like insight check to see if I can tell that Maya is feeling the same way, or?
Yeah, I mean, you could certainly roll an insight. Maya, are you using deception to put on a brave face? Oh, okay.
I'm not hiding it all.
Then your passive perception, you could tell that Maya is very troubled.
I didn't know since I just had like a baseline basic passive perception if that was going to be enough or not. I'll just eye her up and down, and you too, huh?
It seems so.
All right.
Hope Oren and
let's
Stebo and the rest are okay.
Let's go check on the others, and I'll join Maya in the rounds.
Okay. And these dwarven beds, they're so soft. Had a great night last night. Best I've slept here.
As you check in, you do see that the others are sleeping. Though, when you get to Oren's room, he is asleep. But as you peer into the small 8-foot by 5-foot room with this very low, 7-foot ceiling, because dwarf, his left eye opens wide and is a purple glow in the otherwise dark room. It stares at both of you, darting between the two of you. The right eye remains completely closed. His body remains completely still, as if in slumber.
I'll just look in towards the eye and whisper towards it. You and your brother need to be stopped, and since no one else will, we're going to stop you.
Unblinkingly, the eye stares back at you.
I mean, I guess if Maya doesn't object, I'll close the door and back away.
I'll walk in, and does Oren sleep with his headband on?
Oh yeah, probably.
I'll cover the eye with his headband. and then leave out.
As you move to lower it over his eye, you hear that snake rattle, and the snakes on your head writhe in distress.
I'll pause for a second and continue, and then leave.
All right. That was it. That's all I had for you. So,
All
right.
The eye looks at you and says, "Witness me."
God.
So,
no, it's not witness me. It's I see.
Yeah, right.
Julia, I mean, it's a stone bed, but man, after the last few days that you've had, nice to get a good night's sleep. So,
Somebody
Yeah.
did, yeah.
Very
Uh,
nice.
How would Sibo sleep?
Sibo slept like a champion. It was nice.
They got really good lumbar support in these beds, you know.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, my back.
All right. So the next day, you guys reconnoiter, I guess. Figure out your logistics of travel, and then head out for Astoria.
Before we go, Julian would, if he can,
Mm-hmm.
would seek out Vulcan, and he knows what he's any interaction with Vulcan, he feels like he's pissing the guy off, but it's what it
Fair.
is.
You are. Yeah.
But he's intrigued by what he felt when he touched the battle axe, and he's intrigued by the possibilities, and he wants to get a second opinion. So he's going to seek out Vulcan, and he is going to ask him if Vulcan can tell him anything about the personality, the essence or the sentience that lives in the axe. Because no one else seems to want to mess with that, but he feels like we're leaving money on the table.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
You find him because he's an early riser. You find him and Emru, the Forge Keeper, in a heated argument about that very same thing, as they are both working the weapon, and she is casting spells into it, and he is working it with Pythor's hammer. But they are sort of bickering back and forth about, this weapon never should have been made in the first place. This is from an earlier age, when hatred fueled strength. There's no need for it now. And Emru lets out an anime oh ho 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 laugh, like them bad bitches do in anime. And she says, you've always been weak in your heart. These sorts of weapons were made and still exist because they are exceptional. They harness violence itself, the spirit of violence, place it in the weapon, and give it focus that it would never have before. You can't possibly think that your champions would take such a useful and powerful weapon and cast it aside. And he kind of grumbles, and he looks up and he sees you standing there, and he says, "Or I don't know. Would you, champion?"
Oh, I don't know about casting it aside, but I certainly want to understand what it is. I mean, beyond what it does, but there's a presence inside it. Could you tell me more about it?
Oh, you'd know all about the presence inside you, wouldn't you? Is that why you're so curious about it? Because it reminds you of yourself and the power that's dwelling within you. that you can't even hope to contain.
Containment's not so much as important as the appropriate redirection.
Oh, so would a power fueled by hate and malice be a power suitable to use for the right reasons?
Perhaps. I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to learn. I know I'm walking a very thin line between doing something incredibly stupid and yet incredibly useful. But if it is life, if it is a sentience in that weapon, can it not be reasoned with, worked with?
You hear more oh ho 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 laughter from Emru, and she says, "Child, this is a primal thing. It cannot be anything than what it is. Just like you." And Vulcan turns to her and nods, says, "You're right. He is just a coward, after all."
Excuse me. What I am and how I choose to act are two totally
Don't
separate
worry.
things.
It's just us here. You don't have to hide it. You don't have to hide behind your bravado anymore. We see to the heart of you, Julian. Always running. Always scared. Always trying your best, but not really. Just sort of pretending. Isn't that what you're always doing? You're just pretending. And you're so desperate for a shortcut to power that a weapon like this, I'm sure it calls out to you. I'm sure it makes you feel something. Makes you feel like all that frustration and hate and anger that you keep burning in your blood is justified, as long as you find the right outlet for it, huh?
Don't presume to know me, old man.
I guess I'm just an old man. What would I know about a boy like you?
I'll be back for that axe.
I'm sure you will. Because this axe is you. And you're this axe. You're a power beyond your control. You're a weapon that has yet to be unleashed. And you know what else? We're all ashamed of you.
Johnny, I'm really proud of what I've done so far.
If that's how you feel, that's how the axe feels. It don't know no better between right and wrong. It only knows to kill and to keep killing. But then, making the choice to kill is easy for you, isn't it?
I don't take killing lightly, but I certainly don't like mucking about, overthinking the situations that we keep being faced with. We need decisive action.
Oh. How decisive do you want it, boy? This decisive? and he brings the hammer down on your head. You feel a crunch as you die.
What the fuck?
You wake up in your bed.
The fuck?
Did I actually die? Or was that a dream?
I mean, you look around, you're in your room. It's late at night.
This is what the afterlife is, Julie.
Oh, the afterlife is a dwarven forge? Oh, good God, no! I'm in hell!
Yeah, you look around. You feel your head. There's a tremendous amount of sweat. But you're here.
Shit.
I mean, now that you're awake, do you want to go find Vulcan or?
Yeah, I'll put my clothes on and I'll go find Vulcan.
All right. Yeah, you hop out of bed, you put on some pants, you go and you find Vulcan and Emru the Forge Keeper having a heated discussion about Vulcan's axe. They both are kind of arguing about this weapon is from a darker age. Never should have been made. Oh, Julian. You're up early. You all right, boy?
I had trouble sleeping. Figured I might as well get up and stretch my legs.
Oh, all right. You here to help or to learn?
I want to learn. I want to learn about that axe. How dangerous is it? How strong is that personality inside that axe?
Person with a sufficient sense of self, charisma, should be able to fend off its advances. But it's a dangerous gamble to take. Against the Titans and their ilk, sure. Against a well-armed Geigen opposition, priceless. Against some Cyclopses, you wouldn't find a better weapon. But what of a Geigen minding his own business? Or a Cyclops child, lost, looking for their parents? The problem with this weapon is when the hatred was poured into it, they never stopped to think. They just put it in there. This weapon does what it was made to do, and nothing more, and nothing less. It exists to kill giants, and that's what it plans to do. Would that this axe was the reason Esther murdered all those innocents. Would that it was this axe's fault. I might find in my heart the ability to forgive him. But, no. That was all him. In a way, he forged himself into an implement of hatred. And in a way, that hatred spread through all the Dragonlords. That's why when I look upon this weapon, I get nervous. Sometimes a fire just needs a single spark, you know. Emery slithers over and says, yes, but only if you are too afraid. Only if you lack the confidence. Vulcan, sweet dear, this child is destined for great things. Surely they can handle the responsibility of a sentient magical item. It's not like this is that ring. Hmm? And he kind of like nods. Now, some of the others, the smallest one, the really ugly dwarf, I don't think that one could handle it, but this one could. And the fear this weapon would strike, and the blows that it would deal to their enemies, if they set this aside, and then they die to giants, could you forgive yourself, my sweet? Or would you wish you had convinced them to make the smart choice? And he kind of glowers at her and glowers down at the axe, still red hot from the forge. My time is over. And soon enough, yours as well. It's their time now. I'll trust that he'll make the right choice. I trust that you and yours will make the right choice, Julian.
I appreciate you giving me a glimpse into what this axe can be, Vulcan. As tempting as it is, I would be a fool to say I will be back for it. Let me talk it over with my traveling companions. But Lady Emer makes a good point. I don't want us to die because we don't have all of our tools at our disposal.
She can be pretty persuasive sometimes. Come here, you. And he pulls you into an embrace, pounding on your back. And he says, Karen, she told me you had a rough time up there at Tillamook. I'm just happy that you lived through it. He kind of like lifts you up and sort of looks at you. You're a fine boy. You got a bright future ahead of you. And your bright future is our bright future. So, thank you. Thank you for taking heed of the call that was made to you.
You're welcome, Vulcan.
Now, we gotta get back to work. Got a lot of projects and not a lot of time. So.
Well, many thanks for repairing those items. We'll be back in a couple of weeks.
All right, yeah, and the two of them turn to go back to work. Emru watches you go with great interest.
I'm gonna go by Sibo's room and see if he's up.
Okay.
If he isn't, I'll let him sleep. But if he is, I'll suggest we get breakfast or find breakfast something.
Sibo, unusually, you actually had a pretty nice sleep. There were no nightmares about your father or the shipwreck or the things you had to do to survive or the gothic horror nightmare realm that is your homeland.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm up for sure.
Okay.
Eating some mac and cheese, probably, in my room.
Oh, God.
Unsurprisingly, or actually surprisingly, Julian is up and seems wide awake as he stands in your doorway. You see a couple of his Macs fall out of the bowl and try to crawl away. But the cheese sauce is slowing them down.
I squeeze him real quick.
Okay.
3-second rule.
Yep. And where I come from, it's a 10-second rule.
Of course it is.
I mean, honestly, in a world battling famine, like eating insects is a very responsible way of handling a protein shortage. Just saying. Just saying.
Very, very enlightened.
Yeah. Okay.
Sibo, can I get your honest opinion on something?
Yes.
When I touched that axe when we were back in Xander's crypt, there was a presence there. It was a dark presence, but also a powerful presence. And after what Vulcan described to us, I feel that despite its anger, I feel that I might be able to control the mind that resides in that axe. But at the same time, I'm afraid about losing control, of that it might overpower me at the worst possible time. I believe that it would be a great boon to have with us. And I feel I could keep it in check, but at the same time, I wasn't lying when I said that if presented a choice between settler adults and Fey children, that I would want the Fey children to live. But I was talking with Vulcan, and he raised a good point. But what if we come across an innocent family of Cyclops? Mother, father, children. And I lose control. I would need everyone with us to potentially strike me down, knock me out. Is that worth the trouble? Is that worth the risk? I think so, but I would need all of your help.
I think that more and more I learn of this oath of fellowship. If we have to strike you down to prevent you from hurting someone that we all don't want to hurt because you don't have control, then that's a very bad look on us. But taking precautions to make sure that those things don't happen, I agree with you that Hamriz would be very useful for us if all the pieces were in place to prevent the worst case scenario.
Well, in that case, I want you to come with me. Maybe not now, perhaps after breakfast, but if you would support me in my case, I feel that to leave this axe behind would be a mistake. We have a couple of weeks to discuss it. It needs to be fixed. We need to take some time to heal up and rest. But I think it would be a mistake to leave it behind. I'd like your help with convincing the others.
Absolutely. We field everyone's concerns and put all the proper pieces in place, and if we can do it safely, then it makes 100% sense to bring it.
Well, I think we can have the best intentions, but to be completely safe, I think that's an impossibility.
True.
But
True. That's fair.
we should try. We need to try.
I agree.
Do you have anything other than your maggots and cheese? Do you have any bread? I'm hungry.
I kind of look around. I have this giant dung beetle.
It's got flies and rye, you know.
Yeah,
What else?
yeah, flies in the eye.
You know what? I'll grab something out of my room. I'll be right back. And I'll go get my own rations.
Okay.
All right. So, we are at time. What we're going to do is assume that you guys are going to level up between now and next week to level 5, since you have the funds and the time available.
Mhm.
Sounds like you're going to do so at Astoria. And then we'll start next session with the quick rolls of what transpired during. If you want to roll for it during the week, we could just review what those rolls were. at the beginning of next session rather than rolling them in session. If you want to do that to save some time, that's completely fine.
Okay.
And then you guys can kind of decide what to do from there.
Deal.
All right.
Okay.
Sounds
Cool.
good.
All right. Announcements. We're doing a lot of Paradise Vale right now. So if you're looking for D&D on the weekends, Friday, Saturday, Sundays, it seems to be the days where that stuff is happening. We're going to be rolling out a patch, essentially, for the game that introduces some new kingdom building mechanics. So that should be pretty exciting. We've also assessed some of the difficulties of it and might be tweaking some stuff for that. We'll see. And hopefully we can get a couple more people on board for it, because I played it twice this weekend and once last weekend as a player, and I enjoyed it tremendously, even though my life was constantly in danger. Maybe that's why I enjoyed it. Normally when I'm a player, I have plenty of time to work on my memoirs, do my taxes, make a sandwich, vacuum the house. But with active initiative and all the other stuff that was going on, and being like 2 hit points away from dying constantly, I constantly had to pay attention to what was going on, which was a weird change of pace as a player. But yeah, it was fun, and I encourage other people to give it a shot. Let's see. I've got a 3-part miniseries based on Storm King's Thunder that'll be happening the last week of April and the first 2 weeks of May on Fridays. There are still 2 spots left for that, I think. So if anybody is interested in that, that is going to be a paid mini series. It's literally just a super dungeon with fire giants. So it's a 3-session delve into a fire giant fortress. Level 12 is the level of the characters. More than likely, you'll hit level 13 halfway through with
Normal 5e.
heroic level ups. It is not Giphy. It is mostly vanilla. So
Nice.
yeah. But other than that, I don't have any other announcements. Anyone have any announcements before we adjourn?
Do not.
All right.
Nothing here.
Rhyme on Wednesday.
All right. See you
I had a
guys.
quick question,
Oh,
Crash.
okay.
With the
Thank you all for hanging out. That's the end of the session. Appreciate it. As you said, tomorrow is regular original Odyssey. Wednesday Rhyme, Thursday Skull and Shackles, periodic Paradise Vale. Please stop by, hang out. I appreciate it. Y'all have a good night, good rest of your weekend. I know it's almost over, and then a good next week.